ask Russ Wynn if he would give us an invocation.
Thank you, Larry. I would be happy to. Good morning, everybody. Let us pray. Father, we covet your touch, your blessings, Lord, on our gathering today. And you see the agenda before us, and we always look for your guidance, your wisdom as we continue, God, to serve this beautiful city, Bonita Springs, and to serve the will of the people. And we just pray that you would guide us in each of these cases. And we ask this in your name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the
of the
United
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Robert Inserpi,
Here.
Richard Donnelly, Roger Brunswick.
Here.
Donnelly is here. Richard,
Okay.
Unmute yourself.
Barbara Craig,
Here.
Chairman Kurlander,
Here.
Russ Wynn.
Present.
We're all here, and I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes of June 16th.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second,
Second it.
is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 This is the time for public comment, and anyone here who wishes to make a comment may do so now. I would say that you might be advised to wait until the end before the board takes it up and after the presentations. But you're free to make your comments now, should you wish. Does anybody wish to make a comment at this time?
Mr. Kurlander, I'm going to ask we only have one person for virtual public comment, so I'll ask them real quick whether they want to give it now or
Okay.
afterwards.
Actually,
Ann Kramer, would you like to give your comment now or after the presentation?
If I may, after the presentation would be fine. Thank you.
Alrighty. That was it for public comment.
Okay, so we'll call the case of Bonita Grand Drive mixed plan development. Is the applicant here?
Yes, we're here. Can you allow us to share our screen, please?
The host of the meeting has to do that.
Understand.
You guys are all set.
Can you hear us okay? Can everybody hear us all right?
Yes.
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Or I can hear you anyway.
It's hard to tell. Good morning. For the record, my name is Rich Ivanovich, and I am the attorney representing the petition. What we're here for today is an amendment to CPUD to basically rezone it to the Bonita Grand MPD.
Before you begin, I want to try and understand something. As I look at the file, sir, I don't see where the city has deemed your submission as being submitted. Now, after 3 times, as I understand the law, you have a right to deem submitted, even though the city finds deficiencies in your submissions.
Actually, I think what you're asking is, have we been deemed sufficient? And we have in fact been deemed sufficient and are moving forward with our presentation. And as you can see at the end, your staff is recommending approval of our rezone request with certain conditions. And when we get to the end, you will see that we are basically in agreement with all of the conditions and have some clarifications we would like to discuss regarding 2 of the conditions pertaining to access. But we have been deemed sufficient and we are ready to go. You know, I do have one question. Do you normally swear in the witnesses?
Yes, the witnesses are sworn in by the attorney, by the city attorney or the zoning board
I
attorney.
guess before we get too much further, I may have jumped the gun. Maybe we need to be sworn in.
No problem. Anyone intending to give any testimony, even in public listening at home, who may be calling in, please raise your right hand and swear or affirm. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do also. Can everybody hear me? Good.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, should I continue or are there
Please.
further questions? I want to do a brief introduction of the team, and then we'll, not everybody on this list will present today, but they are available to answer questions if you have any. The property owner and developer representatives you have on the video will be Andy Zuckerman. He's not in the room with me, but Ryan Zuckerman is in the room with me. Norm Trebilcock is our transportation consultant. He's in the room with me. Bob Mulhair and Paula McMichael with Paul Montez are our planners for this project. They're here in the room with me. Andy Woodruff with Passarella and Associates is our ecologist. He is participating off-site. Myself and my associate Francesca Pasadomo are in the room. Michael Houston is with Urban Arts, is our urban designer. If there's questions of him. Engineering is Emilio Robau. He is participating virtually and is not in our room, along with his colleague Matthew DiFrancesco, also an engineer on this project. And our engineer, FEMA coordinator is Elizabeth Fountain, and she is also participating virtually. We're going to do our best to make sure we coordinate the presentations. It's not everybody's in the room. As an outline of our presentation today will be myself speaking and giving a brief overview of the project. Andy Zuckerman with the Zuckerman Group will give you an introduction to the Zuckerman Group and their experience, especially their experience here in Southwest Florida. Bob Mulhair is our professional planner who will go through the planning concepts for the project. Andy Woodruff will go through our environmental analysis. Emilio Robau will go over the stormwater and floodplain management aspects of the project. And finally, Norm Trebilcock will go over the transportation analysis and specifically deviation number 3. Next slide, please. On your screen is an aerial showing you the property. The subject site is approximately 67.5 acres. It is bounded on the east by Bonita Grand Road, on the south by Bonita Beach Road, on the west by Eagle Ridge Road, which is not actually constructed, and then immediately to our west is ag property with several small parcels, and then also on our west is CPD as well as some ag zone properties. Next.
And on the north, sir?
The north is some ag properties. It's basically DRGR lands on your comprehensive plan. And to, again, city of Bonita, I'm sorry, Lee County is, I believe, to our east. So hopefully that, Bob will get into a little bit greater details about the surrounding zoning. I just wanted to give you an overview of where we are. Our request is to convert what is a purely commercial plan development to a mixed use plan development. The current property is zoned Eagle Trust Commercial PD. This is actually, I think, the first attempt to implement your overlay and the interchanged portions of that overlay. And we are doing a mixed use project, which consists of 482 multifamily units, a hotel, and up to 315,000 square feet of commercial and retail. And we are imposing a trip cap of 1,165 PM peak hour trips, which is your highest peak generation time of the day, which is 95 fewer trips than is currently approved for the property, and Northrop Bilcock will take you through greater details on the transportation analysis. I want to now introduce Andy Zuckerman with the Zuckerman Group to give you a brief overview of their history, family history in the construction industry. And then Andy will introduce you to Mr. Mulhare. Andy, can you take over?
Sure. Thanks, Rich. Hi. Thank you, everyone. Just a little brief history on the Zuckerman Group. We are a family business dating back 4 generations, which was actually started by my grandfather in 1924. Post-World War II, he was joined by his sons, whereas the family then moved en masse to South Florida in the late 1950s. So we've been in South Florida for about 60 years. I am here representing today along with my partner and my son, Ryan Zuckerman. We have been in Southwest Florida for the past 20 years. As I said, we've been at this approaching nearly 100 consecutive years. With our time over the last 20 years in Southwest Florida, developing, building both residential and commercial, we've had at least a dozen, what I would consider successful communities in the area. Some of the more recent ones are Venetian Point in Fort Myers, Sienna Reserve in Naples, Tuscany Point in Naples, West Bay Club in Estero, and there's others that certainly we could discuss going on in the future. But here's a little display, I guess, that has been put up on the screen, which kind of shares a little bit of our rich history. We are private, we are family. We are operating today with 4 of us, my brothers David and Stephen, myself, and spearheaded by Ryan Zuckerman, who I believe is sitting in the conference room with Rich. So having said that, and not to take up too much of your time boring you with our history and where we are, we might as well dig into it. And I'd like to present Bob Mulhare, who's our lead planner with Hole Montez. Bob.
Thank you, Andy. Bob Mulhare here. I am a professional planner with Hole Montez. Just a little bit of background. I've been practicing in Southwest Florida for over 30 years. I've worked throughout Lee County, throughout the incorporated towns, villages in Lee County and Collier County for the most part. With respect to Bonita Springs, we have worked on most recently the Greyhound track redevelopment site. And then years ago, I hate to say how many, but quite a few, I was the lead planner for the Bonita Bay group with respect to the development on the south side of East Bonita Beach Road. And ultimately then others developed those properties, Toronto and others. Moving on. This is the aerial that Rich showed you. I'll just share a few other elements to orient you. On the east side, as Rich indicated, that is unincorporated Lee County and DRGR. You can see the fire station and the racetrack, which was recently developed on the corner there. South of us, or south of the racetrack, southeast of us is the Worthington Country Club. And then you have due south of us is the Burnwood Park of Commerce, where the Publix is. And I think you can see that there are several smaller CPDs to the west of us, and then there is an ag piece immediately west of us, which presumably ultimately will be something other than what it is today. The property, as we indicated, is presently a CPD. It was approved for 350,000 square feet of commercial, of which 45,000 could be office. There originally it was anticipated for the development of a Walmart with a number of out parcels. That CPD had a trip cap of 1,260 PM peak hour trips. The original CPD had 2 options for the master plan. We do as well. These are the original master plans. This is option A, and you can see the large development tract sort of in the center. and then the out parcels ringing the road frontage. There's Stormwater Lake on the west side of the project, and up to the north in the DRGR portion is preserve and stormwater. So let's go to the next one. And this was their option B, which is just a slight reconfiguration of the internal roadways. Pretty much the same plan with reconfiguration. So moving on. This is your comprehensive plan, your future land use map. The tan color there on both the north and south of Bonita Beach Road, east of I-75, is all interchange commercial. The portion of the property of 67.52 acres that we are developing, 48.38 acres of that 67.52 is interchange commercial. You can see the note there identifying the Kiel Canal. And just in case you're curious, those other sort of water features are existing ditches on the property. So our request is to convert what is now a single-use, high-intensity commercial zoning to allow for a mix of uses. We worked very closely with Michael Houston, who worked with DPZ, which was the city's consultant. They are an excellent consultant. They're internationally renowned for their work in developing redevelopment overlays and redevelopment plans. In fact, they did the city of Naples redevelopment plan. So we worked closely with him to ensure that this project was consistent with that overlay, which the city has now adopted. So the project does create a walkable, bikeable, very vibrant, aesthetically pleasing streetscape. We're going to show you some examples of that. We also have one of the top private sector civil engineers in town, Emilio Rabao, working in the region, really working on this project. And he has designed a plan that does provide for significant water quality benefits to the Imperial River Basin, in addition to floodplain, enhanced floodplain benefits. Next slide. I think as Rich mentioned, we're requesting a maximum of 482 multifamily dwelling units, hotel, 165-room hotel, and up to 315,000 square feet of commercial retail. We do have a trip cap, which is less than the existing zoning.
Excuse me.
The colorized.
Sarah,
Yes.
on that point on the existing zoning, when was that zoned?
2009, I believe.
And
2008, I'm sorry.
Was anything done to develop that property since it was zoned?
No.
So that zoning has expired.
Yes.
That is not the current zoning then.
The MCP has expired.
Yeah, the master plan expired. So if they were to develop under that, they'd have to, come back in and do exactly what we're doing. The zoning is still in place.
But all your traffic studies are premised upon that being the zoning, and that is not the zoning. Am I correct?
I guess I defer to the staff. I believe, when you look at the zoning map, that's what it shows.
We would, in order to develop the property, we would have to reactivate the master concept plan. But otherwise, the underlying uses are still in place. But I'm sure Mr. Rooney can correct the record if I misspoke.
No, that's a correct assessment, Mr. Chair. The zoning is still in place. No action has been taken by the city council that automatically reverts the zoning or does anything else with respect to zoning. However, it's undevelopable in its current state without a revitalized master concept plan.
That was approved subject to that project either start or be completed within 5 years, right? And that wasn't done.
They can resubmit and restart the master concept plan.
Right. But they would have to do that to revitalize.
In order to build under the current zoning, but the current zoning, the uses are in fact there.
Okay, thank you.
So what you have in front of you here is the colorized version of our master plan. Paula, could you point out the DRGR portion? This area up here is all in either preserve or lake. The Kiel Canal runs sort of along the perimeter of the project. There we go. Yeah, and then the Kiel Canal runs down and across the project like that. And so we have designed two large lakes that will be adjacent to the Kiel Canal. Emilio will get in more detail, but let's just that's the lakes up in the very northwest corner, and then that running along the north side of the majority of the project down in there. There are two stormwater lakes. Those other two lakes are stormwater lakes for the project. And you can see that the access points, we'll get into more detail off of that, but the promenade coming in off of Bonita Beach Road is designed to meet your Bonita Beach overlay requirements. The residential is planned for the sort of western side there, and then the commercial along Bonita Beach and along Bonita Grand.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
You said there were 5 stories on the retail buildings. Is that residential over the ground floor retail?
No.
What is
it's
it?
Mixed use, but not within the same buildings. At least that's not the plan. The plan is a separate residential development on a portion of the property, and then the retail, hotel, and office on the balance.
So is it office that would be over the retail then? Is that the idea?
If it was multi-story, yes, it would be office. You know, retail typically doesn't work too well.
I thought you said it was 5 stories that goes. Maybe
that's the maximum height that's allowable. It's 6 stories for the hotel, and actually 5 habitable floors, 55 feet for the retail, commercial retail. So let's move to the next 2 slides. So this is we have an option A and an option B. They are similar with some really road configuration differences. You can see the 6.8 acre floodplain lake is in the same configuration up along the north, and then the 2 stormwater lakes. You can see our access points off of Bonita Grand and Bonita Beach Road. So this is option A. Let's go to option B. Option B swings the internal roadway to the north, creating a potentially larger development tract there just on the east side of what will be a signalized intersection directly across the street from the access to the Publix, right there on our western side. Okay, you can. This is the same in both options. Because of the shape of the property, it's hard to fit it on one sheet. So you can see this is a match line. That simply is showing you the DRGR portion, which again is in indigenous open space and in a stormwater lake running along the Kiel Canal on the north side of Bonita Grand. Next slide. This is an exhibit. It's the 4th sheet in our master plan, prepared by Michael Houston, reviewed by staff, and has become a part of our master plan and our proposal. It's an urban design overlay, and this has various requirements that ensure that we will be consistent with the Bonita Beach Road overlay, including to maintain a sense of enclosure in the linear green. The building-to-building dimension is limited to a maximum of 130 feet, which is 2 times the building height. We have certain, you can see the main entry there will have a perspective, a vista to an architectural feature at the end of it. In our example, it's shown as a clock tower, and then also to the lake with a fountain. I have some, I think, better exhibits that will give you a better sense of what that looks like coming up. So this, the purpose of this exhibit is to show you the access points for the subject property. Again, as I said, on Bonita Beach Road, the westernmost access, which is aligned with the access to the Burnwood Park of Commerce and the public shopping center there, will be signalized. And then immediately to the east, you have a left in, right out. That's sort of the main boulevard coming in to the project. And then on Bonita Grand, you have a right in, right out, which is limited access because of the proximity to the intersection. Moving north, you have again a right and left in, right out. And then up just adjacent from Snell Road is a full access point. We are required to work with Lee County as we go through the DO process to refine those access points and the improvements that will be necessary for us to satisfy Lee County and, of course, the city of Bonita Springs. This is a rendering that shows you a perspective of the corner of Bonita Grand on the right and Bonita Beach on the left. Looking at the project from the ground view, you can see it will be designed to be very attractive and very walkable. As you know, there are improvement plans in the works for both Bonita Beach and Bonita Grand for widening and for pedestrian ways. This is an aerial perspective, a rendering of the project. You can see this doesn't show the portion to the north that's in indigenous preserve, but you can see the floodplain, the large floodplain lake there, and you can see the main entry to the project. The larger building right is where we've demonstrated the hotel to be. Of course, that hasn't been decided, and we have to market the project. But you can see that it has office and retail commercial uses along the frontage, the residential in the northwest portion of the development parcel, and along the project stormwater lakes. Next slide. So this shows you a perspective of the main boulevard coming in with a treatment, a right-of-way treatment that is substantial in terms of its ability for pedestrians to walk around, cyclists. You can see the clock tower in the foreground, the fountain in the lake. This plan shows you the hotel on the right, and as someone asked the question, what would be in the higher stories? Obviously, the plan would be for office uses on the most likely on the larger stories, assuming there's an office. I guess we're in a different world today, so we will see what the market holds. Next slide.
Understatement of the day.
Yes. I want to talk a little bit about this, our neighborhood information meetings. As you know, the city of Bonita has a unique approach, and I think it worked pretty well. They require 2 neighborhood information meetings. One is required before you actually submit. And I think that is helpful because it gives you a sense of what the neighbors feel as you begin to prepare your application for submittal. We had that on July 23rd, 2019. There were just under 60 people, 47 people in attendance. We also met with the Worthington community on 3 separate occasions. I want to just express my appreciation because they were very willing to meet with us. We had very productive discussions. We understood their concerns, and I believe we have worked very hard to satisfy those concerns. But I also want to express my appreciation because they set up a subsequent meeting, which they hosted, and they invited representatives from the other communities on Bonita Beach Road in proximity to this project, including Village Walk, Hunters Ridge, Palmyra, and Quail West. In general, at all of these meetings, both our first NIM, our last NIM on June 29th, and in our subsequent meetings with Worthington and others, the concerns, the questions that were raised dealt with, and it's kind of interesting because in this area, based on the experience that the city of Bonita has had, and Worthington in particular, there was a lot of discussion on stormwater and drainage, and the experiences that community, Worthington in particular, had during recent storm events. Of course, there's always discussion on traffic, and this was no different. And then, honestly, I think because of the development of the racetrack, which is in unincorporated Lee County, not in the city of Bonita Springs, and is subject to different standards than we are, being in the city of Bonita Springs. And the city of Bonita Springs has a very substantial and restrictive lighting requirements. Lighting was raised, certainly raised as an issue. And so we really spent a lot of time working with our neighbors on these issues. Next slide, please. I just wanted to share this because we really appreciate it. This is from the Stephen Horvath, who's the president of Worthington Master Association. We also worked quite a bit with Mike Daniele, who managed putting these meetings together. I just wanted to call your attention to the one sentence because it's a pleasure to work with people who, who are constructive in their efforts to work with you. And the first paragraph, the last sentence says, "Thank you for this positive interaction with our community." So we're appreciative of that. Next slide, please. So we have 10 deviations we've requested. Your staff report indicates that all 10 of those are recommended for approval. Some have some conditions. I'll go over these one by one for the most part. I won't spend a great deal of time, but I do want to just go over these deviations that we've requested. So deviation 1 is there are special access provisions for Bonita Beach Road, which have minimum separation, in this case 660 feet. And we've requested deviation to allow one of our access points, which I'll show you in a minute, to be 597.6 feet from the intersection of Bonita Beach and Bonita Grand. So it is the middle access there on Bonita Beach Road, right there. And as you know, that intersection is at Bonita Grand and Bonita Beach is slightly offset, which moves that intersection a little bit to the west on our side. And this is the most appropriate location, but we've also looked at it. Norm Belcock, our traffic consultant, looked at it very, very closely in terms of safety. And next slide, please. That deviation was also approved in the original zoning. All of our access points are lined up are designed to line up with existing drives across Bonita Beach Road to the south. So that always makes sense. And to avoid vehicle turning conflicts. And the driveway is more than sufficiently separated to allow for safe movements and deceleration to enter the project for westbound traffic. Next slide. This is a setback for the water retention detention requirement for a 20-foot setback from a property line. The basis for this is this enhanced. Now, Emilio Rabal will go over this in much greater detail, but this deviation is to allow for the enhanced design that has both water quality and flood plain benefits. And next slide. And it's for these two lakes that are adjacent to the Kiel Canal. And again, I'm not going to go over those details because I'm not qualified to do that, but we'll let Emilio go over how that design works. Next slide, please. Oh, that's the justification. Again, it makes sense and staff is recommending approval. Next slide. Deviation 3, I'm going to defer to Norm Trebelcock in his presentation. That'll be coming up shortly. Next slide, please. We've requested a deviation from the buffer requirements, which typically would require a 10-foot type A buffer between commercial uses to allow for no landscape buffer between uses internal to the property. This is a typical and fairly common deviation for mixed use and commercial developments internal to the project, especially because the overlay is designed to create a more urban pedestrian oriented project and less suburban project. And so this deviation will allow for flexibility in design and greater pedestrian mobility throughout the project. Next slide. All the other required landscaping will be provided within the parking areas and your tree requirements and building perimeter requirements. We're providing all of those. So it's only internal between commercial parcels. It's limited to the commercial component. Deviation 5 is a request for from the required 15-foot type D buffer along rights of ways to again allow no landscape buffer on the internal rights of ways adjacent to lakes, and a 5-foot type A buffer in other locations. So let's just look at the master plan shows where that will occur. You know, it's not on that side adjacent to the lakes. There's a perspective or a vista of the lake that is beneficial, and there's really no reason to put landscaping in those areas. We'll maximize the landscaping in areas where it really counts. Next slide. Next slide. We will be providing street trees as part of the complete street cross section on the internal roads, and other landscaping for parking areas, as I said, and for to meet tree requirements. I mentioned the second bullet already. Next slide. This is again just an example of the landscaping design. You can see that it looks great. A landscape median, landscaping on the edges, street trees, and a real focus on public gathering and public mobility, pedestrian mobility. Next slide. This is a deviation from the LDC required dimensions for garbage and recycle. We're only asking to allow for reduced square footages if approved by Lee County Solid Waste at the time of development order. We'll either meet it, or if we can come up with a design that works better and Lee County's comfortable with it, this deviation would apply. Next slide. Next slide. This is a deviation from block size. It's a limited deviation. It only applies in one circumstance. Under the interstate zone, you have a maximum block size of 375 by 375, or a perimeter of 1,500 square feet. If you look at our master plan on option, not there, option B has the one larger development tract which would exceed that 375 by 375, and so that just allows for greater flexibility for in the interchange comprehensive plan designation, at least one larger block, which would accommodate larger commercial uses. Next slide. I think we already basically said all of that. We can move on. There's one lake that, because of the design of the project, is not consistent with the requirement for lakes to be designed in a sinuous fashion. Next slide. It's that lake right there that's circled. Basically, you have development tracks on 3 sides and a roadway on the 4th side, so it fits nicely in between. And we have agreed to enhance that lake with littoral plantings, and that's a condition staff's placed on the deviation, and they are recommending approval. Next slide. Next slide. This is a deviation to allow a maximum building height of 65 feet with no more than 6 stories without the additional setback. Next slide. The interchange commercial future land use designation allows for a building height of 75 feet. This project, as you know, has easy access to the interstate. It's adjacent to other commercial uses for the most part. It's an ideal location for a hotel and the higher density residential that we're asking for. And those uses will support the commercial retail uses and the mixed use concept that is part and parcel with the Bonita Beach Road overlay and the Bonita Beach Road corridor, and will enhance the economic vitality of that corridor. So we are compatible with the surrounding uses by virtue of the development regulations and the urban design overlay incorporated into the MCP. And again, it's the comprehensive plan allows 75 feet. We're not asking for 75. We're asking for 65, but only for that one use. Next slide. Next. Oh, signage. Let's see. We asked for a couple of deviations, and the project signage will be developed consistent with the current LDC sign requirements, except specifically modified through the approval, and staff has placed some conditions on that. We want to have an integrated sign plan to enhance the village theme for the entire parcel, and we want creativity, the ability to be creative in that design, that sign design plan. Next slide. This allows for a project directory at the corner of Bonita Grand and Bonita Beach Road. Maximum of 25 feet in height and maximum area of 250 square feet. And a separate project directory at other entrances. Allows for freestanding monument signs at a maximum height of 10 feet along the public roadways and 8 feet inside. Next slide. It also allows for signs that typically will evoke a more urban streetscape, such as wall projecting, window hanging, arcade type signs, awnings, marquees, sandwich boards, things that you would typically see in an urban setting internal to the development. Next slide. It prohibits signs that are not compatible or not aesthetically pleasing, such as portable or mobile signs, with the exception of the sandwich boards, which would be put out and brought in. No flashing or animated signs, no cabinet signs, no pole signs, or billboards. Next one. This deviation will help us to provide better wayfinding and artistic branding for the project. Larger signs allow combining what would be otherwise multiple signs, which will reduce the visual clutter. And there are examples of similar signage at high-end mixed-use complexes such as the Mercado or Waterside in Naples, and there are many other examples. Next slide. So there are, as I said, there are some conditions of approval, and they're in the staff report, and they're before you right there. Our signage is subject to an administrative review by the city architect during permitting. And staff retains the right to confirm all ground signage, both internal and external, for visibility, for vehicle visibility requirements. Next slide. So I want to talk and at least get on the record here about consistency with the comprehensive plan. There are a number of policies and objectives. The first one up there, 1.1.15, is the interchange commercial flu policy. The second one is the density reduction groundwater resource policy. And then there are various objectives and policies dealing with aesthetic qualities of roadways. There are specific objectives and policies dealing with bicycle and pedestrian needs on Bonita Beach Road. There are specific policies 722 and 724 dealing with open space and indigenous preserves. Not policy 9.3.3 deals with water quality treatment standards. Policy 1 or 16.1.3 and 16.1.4 deal with water quality and drainage design. And policy 16.3.1 deal with water management, best management practices. Of all those that I just read off, we either are fully consistent or actually further or advance the intent of those policies and objectives through this project. Next slide. So this was an objective that the city had for developing the Bonita Beach Road corridor and Bonita Beach Road quadrant map and establishing regulations consistent with the vision study for Bonita Beach Road. Next slide. And to adopt a cohesive set of provisions in the land development code for enhanced standards for new development along Bonita Beach Road, dealing with issues such as site design, access, land use, landscaping, parking, interconnectivity, mobility. And policy 116.2 was to provide for protection and enhancement of view sheds along Bonita Beach Road through design features and elements that emphasize the gateway character of this corridor. Next slide. Policy 1.16.3 was a policy to ensure that publicly owned land and rights of ways are attractive and appropriately landscaped with a consistent design theme. And 1.16.4 is to promote aesthetically pleasing architectural standards, accessory structures, hardscape, landscape, to create a strong sense of place along Bonita Beach Road. And we believe that this design does exactly that. And again, staff agrees with that in their recommendation for approval. Next slide. So this is further advancing the consistency with the Bonita Plan, requiring that projects be designed and developed to coordinate land uses, design, access, and infrastructure improvements within the mobility network as identified in the vision study. Next slide. So this is that the city would evaluate new development and redevelopment projects along the Bonita Beach Road corridor in relationship to the corridor map, corridor network zones, and of course the Bonita Beach overlay, road corridor overlay. So that completes my my presentation. I just want to reiterate that we are fully consistent with all of the policies that relate to this project in the city's comprehensive plan. I want to now ask Andy Woodruff to talk a little bit about his environmental analysis and the as it relates to the subject project. Andy, you're up.
Gentlemen, before you get started on that, Andy, the total time for an applicant to make their presentation is 30 minutes. We're starting to run up against that. I understand the council, the board members have asked some questions and delayed that a little bit further, but just to let you know that to try and speed it up a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Andy, you there?
Someone lost
Okay, we're
audio.
gonna.
Someone sent a note in that they had lost their audio.
Okay, let's go to Emilio, because I think the water quality benefits are very important, so.
Okay, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Everybody hear me great? Hello, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to present this project. My name is Emilio Robau. With me virtually is Matthew DeFrancesco, who's helped me extensively on this project. A little bit about myself. I've been practicing in Southwest Florida since 1986, I believe. Some of the highlights of the projects that I've done in your general area are Village Walk of Bonita Springs. I did the initial master plan, some of the initial phases. I've worked Vasari. I was the engineer of record for Vasari. Did a lot of work in Mediterra, some of the first subdivisions within Mediterra. My specialty, I guess, after 30 some odd years of practice is water resources. I worked for Collier County extensively to do some retrofit designs for problem communities that have been developed over the years. I do water sedge studies, and we also do some pretty esoteric water management type modeling. Go ahead and next slide, please. I was around in the late 90s, I guess, for Tropical Storm Harvey and Tropical Storm Jerry, and of course, Hurricane Irma last year. So I'm pretty familiar with the challenges that we have in this area of Bonita and the Imperial River. So when I started to design this project, I set out with the understanding that we really couldn't do a minimum design. We needed to do a little bit more. We needed to provide enough public benefit to make people comfortable in the community, that we weren't going to adversely impact areas around us, but that we were going to hopefully provide some additional benefits. And I'm also aware of the impairments of the river and the need to provide water quality treatment. So I set out on the project to produce something that would be above and beyond the minimum standard design. One of the things that kind of pops out at you is that 67.5 acres of the property, 37.15 acres is actually what's developed with hardscape lakes and so on and so forth. The rest of it is for native vegetation retention, mitigation, water resource impacts, and the public benefits, which I'll get into a little bit. When you develop a site, you basically, due to pre-regulated development, who's taken more than its fair share of discharge into the receiving water bodies, you basically end up reducing the discharge of the site. I tried to put this in lay terms, and on this particular site, the offsite discharge was reduced by 64%. I don't really usually talk in these units, but it's from 4,200 gallons per minute to 1,500 gallons per minute, give or take. And that's a 64% reduction. Engineers talking cubic feet per second, but no one seems to really understand what that means. I indicated that we went above the minimum standard for floodplain compensations so that we could contribute to hopefully providing a remedy for the historic flooding that's occurred in this area. Again, I put it in lay terms, 4 million gallons or 9 acre feet, which is something that I understand a lot better. But to kind of conceptualize, this is that 3 acre lake with approximately 3 feet of storage above the water table, which is already there when a storm event hits. So that gives you some idea of the additional provisions that we provided for floodplain compensation. In addition to that, we strategically placed the lakes so that one of them on the very northeast corner of the site, the 3 acre lake, receives water from the Kill Canal directly. It's downstream of the weir and downstream of Bonita Grand Road. And that lake is designed to provide water quality treatment for generally non-urbanized lands. Well, you'd say, why are we providing water quality treatment for natural areas? But this basin actually extends way to the north and east, and there are agricultural discharges. So I felt that we needed to provide some sort of water quality treatment in series to intercept that water and provide some cleansing. The other more linear lake along the north side is strategically placed to accept runoff from all of the urbanized properties on the south side of Bonita Beach Road, extending to the east, Village Walk of Bonita Springs and beyond. I was the engineer of record for one of the first phases of Village Walk. And those urbanized lands already have a water management system and do their fair share of water quality treatment, but this is anticipated to do some additional polishing and provide water quality treatment for some of the roadways, et cetera, that discharge in this direction. Give you an idea of what we're talking about. We did some calculations utilizing the Harvey-Harper methodology, which is the accepted federal and state methodology for essentially calculating the removal of various nutrients from water bodies. It's based on volume. We want to go to 20-foot lake depths to create as much volume as we can for the treatment. But we're looking at somewhere around 5.2 to 7.6 tons of nitrogen year after year. This will be maintained by an overall master association, so we'll have the ability to maintain that treatment. So from nitrogen is 5.2 to 7.6 tons. The range there depends on if we're going 12 to 20 feet. We desire to go 20 feet in depth. The increased volume provides an increased nutrient removal. As far as phosphorus is concerned, we're looking at 2.8 to 3 tons of phosphorus a year, year after year removal. These are outside of our water management system. They're strategically placed lakes. They're intended to be for water quality treatment as well as floodplain compensation. Inside of our project, we also are providing water quality treatment for our own discharges that are contained by our perimeter berm and then our outfall through a control structure, which is pretty typical for water management design. We're also reshaping the Kiel Canal in general accordance with some of the conceptual projects that I've seen in South Lee County studies and other studies. I believe some of them are funded, some of them are not funded. So we took a look at what those projects forecasted for our interface between our property, the canal, and then the conservation lands to the north. And what we've come up with is reshaping of the canal banks with side slopes and plantings that can be maintained. And the intent is to make that look very natural, where the water quality treatment lake accepts water from the Kiel Canal, and the Kiel Canal accepts water from the water quality treatment lakes, floodplain compensation lakes. Offsite flows to the northwest corner of the project will be accepted through and transmitted to the Kiel Canal. When we met with Worthington, one of their concerns was there's a box culvert that goes diagonally across Bonita Beach Road and Bonita Grand there in that corner from the southwest, southeast to the northwest. That's southeast to northwest. They were concerned about that continuing flow and then backflowing onto the south side of the road and creating additional problems for their community. The previous water management district approved that box culvert, and it had a lot of capacity. That's usually the standard operating procedure. Engineers like to put that conservation in there. We need to thread the needle because that capacity also introduced backflow to the south on Bonita Beach Road. So we did some extensive analysis and modeling, and we think that we have that box culvert designed fairly tightly to accommodate the flows of people who need the flows on the south side of Bonita Beach Road all the way east, and but not have too large of a size in order to introduce backflows. Next slide, please. Here's our master concept plan. Can you point out that culvert, please, somebody? Yeah, go north and then diagonally into our lake. There you go, right there. That's the culvert that accepts the flows. The water quality treatment lake is shown as Lake 2, just summarizing what I talked about. That accepts flows from the very offsite for water quality treatment cleansing, and then Lake 1 at the very north side. That accepts flows from the north and northeast going all the way up to agricultural areas. And those two other internal lakes, Lake 3 and 4, serve our water management attenuation water quality treatment. Next slide, please. I'm perfectly willing to answer any questions. I'm sure you're going to have some. I wanted to expedite my presentation in accordance with Mr. Rooney's recommendations. I want to turn it over to Mr. Norman Trebilcock.
Thank you, Emilio. Good morning. My name is Norman Trebilcock. I'm a civil engineer, a professional engineer, and certified planner. I have more than 30 years of experience here in Southwest Florida. Worked on many projects in the city of Bonita Springs. Probably more recently, I was part of the design build team for the Old 41 reconstruction project, which was a complete street project for the city, and have been helping the city also with pathway projects as well. I also get involved in lighting design too. Just jumping right into it with the traffic study and analysis. Next slide. We followed the city's guidelines for the study that we did. This kind of just summarizes some of the analysis that we went through. Next slide. The bottom line, really, from a traffic standpoint, traffic is very important. We did an extensive analysis. We even did a arterial analysis for Bonita Beach Road 2 as a separate work product, but there is adequate and sufficient roadway capacity in all of the analyzed roadway links to accommodate the proposed development at the 2024 build-out conditions. And as Bob had mentioned as well, we do have a trip cap for the project as well to really govern what we're able to do on the site. Next slide. These are just kind of a summary of the external connections, and Bob had reviewed these with you as well. Next slide. Really, it's in the complete street deviation number 3. The typical street design. This is internal to the project. Next slide. These are the standards within the city, is having the on-street bike lanes, the on-street bike lane, also having the separate sidewalks. In lieu of that, you can have a separate multi-use path. In lieu of that, too, you can also have a Sharrow concept as well. Planting strip widths are identified as well. And so to kind of get into our details, this is the LVC standard that you have, and then kind of moving on to our project. The all circled ones here are what we call the typical section AA. This is kind of our internal roadway network. And next slide will show you what that typical section looks like. So we have 11-foot lanes. We would utilize the Sharrow concept. Instead of having 6-foot sidewalks, we're actually looking at going with the 8-foot multi-use pathway. And then just the separation, instead of being a 5-foot, is a 4-foot, because the additional width for the pathway provides more opportunity for the pedestrians. But the 4-foot provides you an adequate clear zone for the pathway, and also a ground area to have some ground cover as well. So that would be our kind of main internal one. And then our next typical, these are the ones that start to tie into the external road network, is BB. And we'll show you this section. And really here, what we're looking at is that multi-use pathway on the side that we have. Given that we need to have multiple lanes here, but we would still tie in with the Sharrow concept as well. And then our next section is B1, and that's just a little further north of the BB section. And we can show you that. And that would be, again, the multi-use path with the planted zone, the wider travel way with the Sharrow air concept as well that we would accommodate. Okay. So the justification, the main thing is really looking at good interface with Bonita Grand and Bonita Beach Road. We've been working with both your staff and also with county staff on the external roadways, because Bonita Grand and Bonita Beach Road are Lee County roadways. So we've coordinated with them on understanding what pathway concepts they're looking at so that our concepts integrate well with what they're doing and working together as well. And so that's probably a key thing. So what we're really able to do is to achieve an enhanced complete street accommodation for the user and achieve this continuity with the external improvements along Bonita Beach Road and Bonita Grand Drive as well. Thank you.
Briefly, as I mentioned early on in the presentation, we are in agreement with basically all of the staff comments except for two areas. Specifically, condition D, 14D, is a condition imposed by Lee County. And Lee County essentially wants us to have a full interconnection of our proposed multifamily project with the adjacent St. James PD. We had originally proposed a gated egress only. The reason we are not in agreement with full ingress and egress for the St. James PD and the proposed mixed-use PD are several. Specifically,
so if you want to take a look at Zorba's menu after this is over.
Okay.
You
I've
doing all
got
right?
three or four.
Someone has to mute their mic there.
That's Mr. Domer.
Okay.
Please continue.
Specifically, the St. James PD contemplated a future interconnection basically at the northwest quadrant of that project. You can see the arrow. That PD was approved prior to the existing PD for this project. When our PD was approved, when it was the Walmart version of the PD with the out parcels, there was no interconnection on the Walmart parcel in that place. In fact, the approved PD that you've seen on the master plan earlier identified that area as a lake. So the projects were never originally contemplated to be interconnected by the city as part of this process. Also, back in 2008, the overlay had not yet been adopted and trying to implement it. With the overlay and a mixed-use project concept, it makes no sense to have all of that commercial traffic from the St. James PD come through the residential portion of our mixed-use PD. So we cannot agree to a full interconnection at that site, allowing for the commercial development of the St. James PD to go through and access the multifamily portion of our mixed-use PD. So we are not in agreement with that condition. And if you'll recall earlier in the slides, you will see that there are actually some existing ditches and canals in that area that are pertain to and relate to drainage. So it's not in the best interest to go ahead and provide for that full interconnection based upon those conditions. Next slide. That's it. I just wanted to point out one other thing on this particular slide. You could see that the St. James PD, which is kind of in the diagonally hatched property, Paul is pointing that out right now, that's their indigenous area. So again, to provide for that interconnection doesn't make any sense. And that indigenous connection, as you can see, is connected to properties to the north that are owned either by the city or the state or the water management district. So it doesn't make, that's a nice large indigenous area. And to bisect that indigenous area, we don't believe makes any sense. The next condition that we really just need some clarification on, and Mr. Sweet was on vacation and he got back yesterday, so we appreciate that we've had several conversations with him yesterday to talk about these conditions. The first condition, 15A, which basically is requiring us to have an access easement over, if you could see on both of our plans, we have a north-south access road, and that's the one that aligns with the development to the south and where the traffic signal will be. The first condition is for us to provide an access easement to those properties immediately to the west of that north-south road. We don't have a problem with that condition, but that condition needs to reflect and respect the fact that those property owners have on their eastern boundary a 25-foot wide ingress and egress easement reservation on them. We don't mind providing them an ingress egress easement on our property and our improvements, provided that they confirm through the process that they will allow us to construct ingress and egress on those 25 feet on their property lines. Otherwise, we'll have to shift the improvements slightly to the east off of that 25-foot access easement that's on their properties. Norm Trevelcock, if you ask, will be able to tell you that that still works and aligns fine. But we will be happy to provide an access easement, provided that we get a cross-access easement from those property owners as well. The second conditions under item B, the second condition has to do with providing two interconnections to that road. I think when Mr. Jay was identifying the locations of those conditions, the most southerly one that he was proposing is too close to the intersection with Bonita Beach Road and that north-south road. I think Jay agrees with that being too close and would agree to a condition that at the first DO, we work out an appropriate location for that interconnect. We believe it should be where we're showing our internal road, and I think Mr. Sweet would agree with that, but we'll deal with that at the DO stage. And then the second condition was for another interconnect slightly north of that area. Again, we don't have a problem with that interconnection, provided that we get the necessary authorization from the neighbors to the west to allow us to construct within that 25-foot reservation area on their properties. We would obviously allow them to connect to that road at that point. So basically with those conditions, we're okay with the condition that we provide for that ingress egress easement and for the interconnections, and we'll work with staff between now and the city council to formulate the condition that is tied to the DO and also tied to receiving reciprocal easement rights from the property owners to the west. And then the final condition, which was condition C to that is actually in the northeast quadrant, the DRG portion of our development. Jay originally wrote that as a 50-foot wide easement condition. I think he agrees. And that's in the DRGR portion of your comprehensive plan. We've already identified that as a 35-foot wide connection. And I think Mr. Sweet is comfortable with that 50-foot being reduced down to 35 feet in that area, which is shown on the master plan. And if we need to make that a little bit more clearer, we're happy to make that clearer on the master plan. So with that, we are done with our presentation. We appreciate your staff working with us, and especially Mr. Sweet working with us when he got back from vacation yesterday to address the interconnection issues. And with that, we're available to answer any questions you may have regarding our proposed application. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board?
I do have, okay.
Please.
Okay, well, the first is a rather minor question, but I'd certainly like clarification of it. On the former approval for the development on this property, there was a condition, and you can find it on page 14 of 30, which is 261 on ours, that says the developer agrees to construct, operate, and maintain for the public benefit and enjoyment a kayak launch with parking made available to the public on the eastern portion of the parking lot. Is some similar provision for public access for kayaking part of this proposal?
It is not part of the proposal. Hasn't been requested by staff and haven't really. I think the use is an allowed use within the preserve area, but there has not been a request to have the public come in and use this area, which is also going to serve obviously as enhanced floodplain and water quality area.
So was there a reason that the staff had for not including that since it was included in the earlier proposal?
I don't need to punt, but.
Well, we can wait and ask the staff about that. It just seems to me that one proposal that had a positive advantage for the public, a new proposal should not eliminate that unless there's a real reason. My bigger question, however, goes to flooding issues. And I was here for Irma, and the flooding problems that are on down Bonita Beach Road to the west of you and on the north side were really pretty horrific. And I know that much of that problem has not been yet addressed. And in this packet, there is a letter from the Federal Emergency Management Agency that's dated May 22, 2020, and that it announces that it is going to have new policies and let's see, that says has revised its letter of map revisions that will be effective as of October 2020. And I want to know, I'd like to have a better explanation when the staff can do it, exactly what this revision requires. But at the moment, my question is, if this project is approved in the next weeks or months, will this revision apply to the project, or will there be some effort to say that you were approved before this came into place? So I want to know whether approval crosses out whatever these proposals to protect the floodplain better are or not.
I think that's probably a combination of two. First, Elizabeth Fountain will address the Walmart question. And if you want a more detailed explanation of the water management system addressing flooding issues, that I would turn then to Emilio Robau. So I'll start with Elizabeth, if that's okay, and then
I will listen to what she says.
Hi, good morning. Elizabeth Fountain, for the record, Vice President of J.R. Evans Engineering and licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida and a certified floodplain manager. So the letter of map revision that you referenced, Barbara, was basically an update to FEMA's hydraulic model and associated floodplain mapping for that area of Kill Canal and Imperial River. That it was determined that through our analysis of the existing conditions that FEMA's information and mapping was very outdated. So we came in and did an update based on current survey information, topographic data, the actual alignment of the canal itself, and basically delineated new flood zone boundaries and a boundary of the floodway itself based on FEMA's guidelines for those types of analysis. So that letter of map revision is really an update to their model and map.
Does your model reach the requirements of their update or exceed it, or what?
It meets all the requirements
of that.
Currently in effect, yes.
You would agree basically your project, if it gets underway 2 years or 3 years or whenever in reality, given the nature of the problems of things like finding retail and restaurant people to come into your project and a hotel and all those things. I'm looking at the fact that this is a project that is not likely to get off the ground like tomorrow. And when there are changes that are clear, that we clearly know about that are coming into play, I want to make sure those and any others that come after that would apply to this development when it got to the point of actually getting a development order.
Yes, so I believe that this project has been laid out in consideration of the letter of map revision that is going to be in effect in October.
The other question I have addresses transportation or addresses another issue, I guess. It's not just transportation. It's the impact fees. And I think we're all aware that the election for the county commission includes some struggle among the various candidates as to whether impact fees should be reimposed. So I want to know whether you would be subject to those impact fees if they are reimposed, or whether approval now would somehow get you out from under them.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any exemption this project would have from paying all required impact fees at the then adopted rates.
So approval now would not allow you an argument to say we were approved before the impact fees came into place and therefore they should not apply.
Correct. The zoning does not vest the current rate of impact fees. If that's
those were my two questions. Thank you.
I have a question for our counsel, Mr. Rooney. Going back to what board member Craig said, FEMA says that a change in the flood control requirements is only effective 90 days after the second publication of the changes. This is again on, I think it's on page 417. I may be wrong on that. So that would put the effective date of these changes well after this meeting or when city council meets. Can we make a ruling on this project in July when the FEMA changes have not been officially adopted? Mr. Rooney.
I hear you, Chairman Kurlander. I'm not sure I understand the question.
So
that's okay, sir. Derek, this is Zayita Williams, the floodplain manager for the city. I do understand the basis of the question. So the conditional, the LOMAR currently pending its effective date for October. We see no reason that it will not go into effect as FEMA has already done its preliminary approval. We did include a condition on the project that should that not go into effect as planned and expected, that they would then have to come back and revise the master concept plan to show the effective boundaries.
Okay. Good. That answers my question. Thank you.
Mine as well. Thank you.
So
I have a question.
Does the applicant, reserving the right to rebut, does the applicant, oh, Mr. Donnelly, you had a question?
Yeah, I do. A question about the water control thing. The lakes in question, I read somewhere in the presentation that instead of 12-foot deep lakes, we're going to have 20-foot deep lakes. And that has a certain benefit to this, to the city itself, and that creates additional storage. If that's the case, does that mean that these lakes are pretty much going to be empty or drawn down substantially during the dry season? Because there's much more storage, won't then the level of the lakes be reduced in a 20-foot deep lake versus a 12-foot deep lake? Question for the.
Hey, Emilio, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here. I was waiting for you to cue me. Yes, sir. The lakes won't be drawn down. What happens is the 20-foot depth request is to provide additional public benefit. The Harvey-Harter methodology of calculating the removal of nutrients is based on a volume. And simply the 20-foot deep lakes will have more volume versus a 12-foot deep lake. You really can't store water where water already is as a result of the water table. So it's not a scenario where the lakes are emptied and then the volume of water is introduced into the lake, and that's, you know, what is stored, and it's a scenario where the water is already there in a water column due to the natural water table. And simply because you go deeper, the scientific studies and the evidence indicates that you have more removal of nutrients in that water column that was already there. And then in addition to that, when the flood event hits and the water rises above the water table and starts inundating areas, that's where the storage comes into effect. So basically 20 feet just digs out deeper in an existing water column, and that existing water column is what provides the water quality treatment benefit. And then above the water column, when the flood hits, that's where the storage occurs. Hopefully that explains that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think you've explained the treatment aspect of this, but I think my question is more directed at the aesthetics of the project and the fact that planned developments need to focus on landscape design, imaginative planning, access to light and air, open space. You know, the major open space in this project is the lakes. The other open space is parking lots. But, you know, really, if you look at this rendering that we've all enjoyed looking at, it's a water type project, and it's based around the beautiful views of the water. This is great circular pedestrian way that goes out into the lakes. And it's going to be sort of a different look if you're, rather than looking at a water surface, you're looking at bare banks that are exposed for 6 feet. That's my concern. Am I off base here? Am I missing something?
Well, yeah, I'd like to speak to that also. I personally think that the deeper you go with respect to the lake depth, the less potential for the sun to get down to the bottom of the lake, and the less potential for algae growth and other vegetation in the lake. So I think it produces a better looking lake if you go slightly deeper than the 12 foot. Some examples of problematic lakes are lakes that are very close to 100 feet wide that are 12 feet deep. And when that water goes down in April and May, which is the bottom of the dry season, you do get some algal growth, and you do get a lot of exposed banks, and they don't look as good as a lake that is much wider and a little deeper to provide a deeper water column to prevent some of that growth down at the bottom. With respect to the banks, that's a very interesting situation. Littoral zones exacerbate the look of a ring around the lake. So we're going to have to design something that meets the objectives of providing some littoral zone plantings, yet trying to keep that slope a little less shallow so that we don't have as much of a ring around the lake. In addition to that, we're going to also do some pretty extensive plantings along the shoreline of the Kiel Canal as it interfaces with the lakes. And we've also have some agreements that are within your land development code that prevent what I would characterize as point discharges into the lakes themselves that create erosional features and that make the lake a little bit more difficult to maintain. So we are thinking of those types of things in the design process as the project goes forward in development order, design, and permitting to try to minimize the the erosional features and the ring around the lake. There is going to be a significant fluctuation in this lake, as there are in many lakes in this particular area of Bonita Springs, and it presents a design challenge. But what I can tell you right now is we were fully aware of those challenges, and we are already going in the direction of trying to provide some mitigating designs to prevent ugly lake shores. And I don't know what else I can say to that, but we are thinking about it.
Right. Well, yeah, it's nice that good that you're aware of the problem, and I think it's really from an aesthetic point of view and a neighborhood point of view and a quality of life point of view and a general welfare of the inhabitants point of view. I think that's a critical issue. And also, as I look at this beautiful rendering again, turning to the residential units, if I count windows, the residential units are like 4 stories. And your deviation is requesting 6 stories. And I'm not sure what it's a deviation from. You mentioned the interchange area had 75-foot height restriction. This deviation that you're requesting specifically is a request for deviation of the Land Development Code 4.899 little a. I couldn't find that. Could you tell me what the requirement for 4-899A is and what you're actually asking, how much of a deviation you're asking for?
So that deviation for the height is to not provide an additional setback if we go over 45 feet. So in your code, typically if you go over 45 feet, you provide an additional setback to the building. So if you're going up a foot, you'd increase your setback by half a foot. So what we're asking for is not to provide that additional setback. Again, because this is a more urban style project, and those additional setbacks inhibit that pedestrian flow and connectivity through the site.
No, you're asking for 65 feet for the whole project, as I read it.
That's not the deviation.
But the deviation is related to the setback of that 65-foot building.
It's a hotel.
Not the deviation related to the height, it's related to the setback related to a building of that height.
Right, so per the code, at 65 feet, you provide an additional 10 feet of setback. And we're requesting not to provide that additional 10 feet.
Okay. It does. What is the developer's view about the residential units and how they might be designed?
They're having a sidebar here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anybody gonna answer?
Can you repeat the question?
I guess
I was whispering to my clients here, we missed the question. Can you restate it, please?
I guess the question is, I'm concerned about the height of the residential buildings, and it's shown on the rendering here. They show to be 4 stories high. And given your experience in building in Southwest Florida, what to you would be an appropriate height of these buildings? Would it be 3 stories over 3 residents over parking, or 4 complete, or just, how do you envision those buildings in height?
Currently as depicted, they're shown as 4-story multifamily units. I think the request goes up on the residential portion, Paula, if I'm correct, up to 5 stories. The 6 story.
This is the residential portion.
Right, correct. The 6 stories, I think, was exclusive to the hotel. Is that correct, Paula?
That would make sense.
Did up to 65 feet, 6 stories for the hotel, for the multifamily residential, and for an assisted living facility potentially. You're right. What's shown in those graphics is a 4-story. That's probably what would be built, but we have requested up to 6 stories or 5 stories over parking.
If I could piggyback on Mr. Donnelly's question, because of your lack of submission of any kind of architecturals, I found it very difficult to understand how this project relates to each other. How does the residential relate to the hotel? Is the hotel going to be overlooking, and are they going to be looking into the residences? Because you chose not to submit any substantial architecturals, I found it difficult to really grasp how this all comes together.
Well, we've provided to the city and to the zoning board the conceptual site plan that shows you the layout of what we anticipate the project to look like. Obviously, until we have the hotel operator under contract, assuming we get a hotel under contract, it's impossible to do the architectural design at this stage. So we've shown you the location and the orientation of the hotel, and Paula can show you where that fits into the to the site plan design, as well as the location of the residential units that they're also along the street too, right? And there you go. So that identifies the potential location of the residential. Again, until we get to the stage of what does the market say should go on that site. Could it be 4 stories? Could it be 5 stories? On the residential, we don't know, and we're not gonna guess on an architecture at this point. But again, we showed you the layout of where they would be, the street orientation, the landscaping plans for the street, and how it all fits together. And we think that there is sufficient detail to determine from a planning perspective, does our project make sense? We obviously believe it does, and so far, I would submit that the testimony supports that conclusion. The visual, I mean, we've given you the Midtown exhibit to show you the street view for the signs. We've shown you the street boulevard and how that's all going to work. We've shown you this aerial to show you how it all fits together. Even when we met with the people of Worthington, they asked us, if you look, I can point to the sign on the hotel. They even asked us questions about where we anticipated the sign for the hotel to be, and asked us to assure that it wouldn't be so bright as to illuminate everybody across the street. And your code provides those assurances. So I would offer that I think we have provided the detail necessary to make an evaluation. Have we finally designed the architecture? No, because we don't know what the market's going to generate, and anything we did would probably be a throwaway, and a very expensive throwaway at this stage.
Could I ask another question about the water issue? Larry?
Please.
Okay. This may be a really dumb question. This is way outside my expertise, but the difference between a 12 and 20-foot deep lake would seem to me to have an effect on surrounding property. And maybe my understanding of this is incorrect, but I assume you dig a hole and the water comes in from the water table. So the deeper your hole, the more of the water that you're going to take from the surrounding water table. And has some consideration to how that affects surrounding property, the larger public interest when you do a deeper lake or smaller lake or any lake at all? I mean, it's nice when there's a flood that you hold the water out of the water table, but not quite so great when people might want the water table a little better. And if that's all wrong, just correct me.
I'll tee you up, Emilio.
Thank you, Rich. I apologize, the rock hammer operating behind me, but no, unfortunately and fortunately, there's a lot of water resource out here, as we know from the flooding events, and it doesn't, the influence of dewatering when you dig a lake like this in this type of subsurface soils, which is generally just fine sand, is pretty negligible. So when you dig it down or 12 or 20 feet, they fill quite quickly and they reach a status of equilibrium, which is essentially the water table, and they don't have a significant dewatering effect. Matter of fact, per district regulation, we have to have a certain separation from wetlands, and that's not been an issue on this particular lake. And I also wanted to mention that we have been deemed sufficient by the district verbally, so they're satisfied with our water management district permitting effort, and we're about to hopefully get a permit here shortly. So it really doesn't have an effect because there's sandy soils and there's a lot of water resource here. Now, if we had a well or something like that, that might be a little different. You do have a cone of depression on wells, but generally lakes don't extend too far beyond their water perimeter as an effect.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the applicant from the zoning board at this time? So reserving the right of the applicant for rebuttal. Before I call on the city, do any of the board members or anybody else want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, so it's now 10:35 and we will resume at 10:40, if that's okay with everybody.
That sounds good to me.
Thank you.
We'll stand up for a minute. That's much needed.
Okay, so does the city want to proceed at this point? I'm not hearing anything from the city.
Hi, Chairman Kurlander, this is Jackie.
Yes.
I'm asking IT to go ahead and allow us to share our screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, do we have a quorum?
We have a
Ready to
quorum.
go?
Yes,
Okay,
we're ready
great.
to go.
Okay. Thank you. For the record, Jacqueline Genson with Community Development to go ahead and provide the staff presentation. Before you, you'll see a slide of all of the staff personnel that participated with this review. Here today with us in the conference room, I have Michael Fegon, Laura Gibson, Tricia Goff, Stuart Smith, Jay Sweet, and Aida Williams. On the phone, we have Tom Ross, who is our traffic engineer, and we have Sam Vincent, the city architect. Also, who reviewed the application was DPZ Co-Design, Bonita Springs Utilities, Lee County, their Department of Transportation, and their Division of Natural Resources. And we also routed the application to FDOT. With our presentation, I do have some duplicate material that the applicant has recovered. When I get to those slides, I'll go ahead and notify you as such, but feel free to ask us any questions if you want to go ahead and get the staff's perspective. But in most cases, I will let you know if we agree with the applicant's presentation as stated. For process and procedure, again, since this is such a large project, over 65 acres, wanted to go ahead and provide in attachment A the purpose and intent, essentially, of the plan developments, because it is such a large project. Plan developments are a type of zoning district, and we do foresee, because of the size and scope and scale of the project, that it will definitely take some time to go ahead and ultimately develop. We'll also see the standard of review for the findings and conclusions outlined as well. It's also included in the conclusion of our attachment A of the staff report. As the applicant has previously stated, there is agreement on most recommended conditions, and I'll go ahead and highlight the ones where they definitely are seeking clarification, and then the staff's position on those. This is a citywide location map. As the applicant has already stated, it's essentially near the eastern limits of our city at the the intersection of Bonita Grand and Bonita Beach Road. The applicant went over the future land use map and the zoning designation for the property. Staff is in agreement with the applicant's testimony. Also wanted to go ahead and show the Bonita Beach Road corridor overlay as most recently adopted in December. This project is in what's called the interstate zone of that overlay district. So again, some important items to go ahead and address, and I will address those as well later in the presentation. But again, it's just this portion of the project that is within the interstate zone of the corridor overlay. History of entitlements, the applicant went over this already, but again, it was a 2-option master concept plan. The intensity that they went ahead and stated Staff has no objection to those, and we agree with that. As was already discussed, the master concept plan has expired, but it does remain zone of commercial plan development. The current concept plan, again, the applicant went over this, and we are in agreement with their testimony. And this is also outlined in the staff report about the 4-sheet master concept plan. An item to kind of point out is the duration of rights concept, and that's in condition 7. Again, because the size and scope of the project, the Land Development Code does already set forth at what point master concept plans expire. In some cases, the language may be viewed as vague, so the applicant has requested a specific condition, and as condition 7, to go ahead and address that vagueness for their consideration. And ultimately, it would be City Council who has the authority to go ahead and approve that condition, and that's condition 7. Master concept plan, I won't go over that much, again, because the applicant did, and we are in agreement with that. But what I will do is kind of tie into the schedule of uses. You'll see in the schedule of uses the reference to Track C, and the Track C are the parcels along the arterial frontage, if you will. And then you have the Track C parcels, which are more interior to your site. And then the Track P is up towards the northern boundary of the property. But again, a 2-option master concept plan, which was also proposed as the prior, or the current zoning, if you will, for the CPD. So the 2 options, again, with the sheet 3, the applicant went over this in detail. We are in agreement with the preserve and the various cross sections that were presented by Mr. Trebilcock. We are very appreciative of the willingness to go ahead and commit to the urban design and urban form. That was important to us as part of the Bonita Beach Road Land Use Report that DPZ helped author, but also as part of the amendments that the city passed in December of last year. So the urban design overlay does go ahead and address our concerns for urban form along the arterial frontages, but also creating the boulevard concept to go ahead and create a placemaking destination for Eastern Bonita. The illustrative plan and the aerials, we went ahead and provided these, or recommended that these be conditions of approval. Again, understanding the request by the applicant for some flexibility because they ultimately don't know what the market will bear for ultimate development scenarios, but also in keeping with the city's vision to create more of an urban destination along the Bonita Beach Road corridor. So the request was reviewed by DPZ co-design from the beginning. I know the applicant went over to their Miami offices before they filed, and then subsequently they engaged Mr. Houston to go ahead and further those design concepts, and that's why you will see the illustrative plan and also the urban design overlay. And again, our ability to tie those as conditions of approval help provide the city some guarantee that the development will be in line with our vision for this corridor. Some more renderings as well. That applicant already went ahead and demonstrated and showed to the group this morning. What I will point out is that it's not a current condition, but the applicant has stated in previous sufficiency letters that they are willing to agree to a condition that the project be developed with a harmonious architectural theme for the building, signage, and landscaping, if that's a condition that the board wishes to go ahead and incorporate. What I'll also tell you is that from an architectural standpoint, the city architect did participate on this review, but the level of detail that he typically reviews is at the local development order stage. So it was a little bit premature for him to review that. However, we will point out that the current Land Development Code does support several architectural styles, and I've gone ahead and listed those for you. So you have the Mediterranean Revival, Old Florida, the Modern Contemporary, but also the ability to do alternate designs at time of development order with the city manager's consent, which essentially goes back to the city architect. I would think that this style is more along the lines of the modern contemporary elements. And Mr. Vincent is available on the phone with us today.
Ms. Genson, just let me stop you for a second. Did you find the architectural submission sufficient?
So what we have previously asked for is we tied it back to a plan development design principle. We do understand that both the zoning board and the council have requested that we make LDC changes to make this a mandatory requirement. Unfortunately, due to staffing and other priorities, those amendments have not come forward. So we definitely did the best we could using the language that we had.
Was that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Okay.
It meets the intent. Going back to building orientation and frontage, with GPZ co-design, again, they assisted the city with a land use report, and we took those elements along with the tool design study and created comprehensive plan amendments and also land development code implementing regulations, which essentially coordinates better land use and transportation planning that gives people a variety of options to move. The corridor, as it stands today, is done by zones, and in this case, the project is in the interstate zone, which has the most flexibility out of all of the zones, actually. And in some cases, the council provided greater flexibility because of existing development patterns across the street in the Burnwood Business Park, or the Burnwood Park of Commerce. But in this case, the applicant has committed to designs that are more committed to an urban form than our typical suburban pattern. We have also placed a condition 3 in the recommended conditions dealing with auto-oriented uses. But again, that urban design overlay plan is going to be very key in providing the form and the view protections along Bonita Beach Road and Bonita Grand. Schedule of uses, went over this a little bit more in previous slides, but as I had stated before, track C is really where you're going to have most of your intensive commercial office uses, and then track C1, you have all of those uses plus the multifamily component. So in the C1 area, that's where I know they're envisioning the multifamily, whether it be through a townhouse or a condominium style product, the ability for hotel or assisted living. And you can see through their aerial and artistic renderings, most of the concentration of the density, I believe they envision, is along this area here. And then here in option B, you can see how those areas change with the tract C formation along the frontages. What I'll also note is for the C1 tracts, there is the opportunity for what we call vertical mixed use development. So the ability, if they so choose, if the market supports, to have commercial, retail, or office on the bottom floor and residential above. Of course, not sure if that's something they ultimately would choose, but that the opportunity does exist for that to occur. Staff has recommended conditions of approval for the schedule of uses in condition 2. For the most part, it's consistent with the applicant's request, just some minor modifications to accentuate an excess spoil condition, and then a notation on another use that addresses mass and scale. The schedule of uses, we will tell you, are consistent with the MPD regulations in the Land Development Code, and also uses that are allowed by right or special exception in the interstate zone. The development regulations are enumerated in Exhibit C. Just for clarity, it's also identified on the master concept plan, but we went ahead and attached it as a separate exhibit for ease of read and clarity. But you'll see the distinction between the types of uses, the setbacks, and the height varying by use. Deviations, the applicant went over those in pretty thorough detail, but again, staff is here if you wish to ask us any questions. Our recommendations and findings for justification are included in the staff report. What you'll see with the deviations is that there's 2 different types of deviations. The LDC Chapter 3 ones are technical deviations. Those are based on sound engineering practices. And then the Chapter 4 deviations are those where you have essentially what I call the two-prong analysis on how the request enhances the project, but also how it does not cause an adverse effect to public health, safety, or welfare. If you have any questions on those, we're happy to answer those. Access and interconnectivity, the applicant went over this in pretty good detail, so I'll just go ahead and state where we might have some concerns or just some clarity. We do understand that Mr. Sweet and the applicant will continue to work on condition 15A and B. Staff definitely has no objections to the change to 15B for the 35-foot access, which addresses our concern here for interconnection to this property cluster over here. And then we'll work with them on condition 15A as we get closer to the zoning board, or sorry, the city council zoning date. Otherwise, for the connection here to the St. James project, you know, for us, we were supportive of the applicant's request for an egress-only gate. We do understand the concerns about private property and the intrusion of non-residential traffic through residential homes, but we also understand that we want to protect the impacts to our arterial roadway network. So the more grid network we create, the better position our arterial roadway system will be. So we are hopeful that the applicant continues to go ahead and keep that egress-only gate. We definitely understand the county's position for the full ingress and egress. We understand and see the benefit in that. So if the city council or the zoning board wishes to go ahead and honor that condition, you definitely may do so. Surrounding property and compatibility, the applicant went over that in detail, so we don't have any additions other than I will point out that we did receive a public comment from, I think it was a resident in Worthington that was concerned about the ability of hotel buildings at 65 feet and peering into their community. So I measured it, the distance essentially from this corner, because remember there's going to be a large entry feature here, and then you have the intersection of Bonita Beach Road and Bonita Grand, and then you have the Worthington Golf Course, and then you have the residential homes. And my measurement was roughly 950 linear feet. Most of you were here when we had Horizon Park. That was a commercial plan development in this quadrant here of the interchange. And a similar concern came up at that meeting. And in that instance, you had the same height hotel and a line of sight exhibit that was provided. And in that case, the residential property in closest proximity was 450 feet. So I do think, based on the renderings that we have conditioned and whatnot, that the highest concentration of the intensity and any concerns about intrusion into the Worthington community should be mitigated. But again, we're happy to answer any other questions should the public or the board have any. Environmental review. This was reviewed by our environmental specialist. The property, believe it or not, through the historic aerials, you can see it was previously cleared, and there was agricultural ditches. Over time, due to inactivity, regrowth has occurred. You will see there's a degraded cypress head in the middle of the property, and based on coordination with state and regional agencies, even in the 2008 zoning case, that wetland was proposed to be removed. Greater emphasis on protection was geared towards the northern indigenous areas. So that's what you'll see reflected in the master concept plan, is the restoration of these uplands. In terms of listed species, gopher tortoises were present on the site, and they will be relocated in accordance with Florida Fish and Wildlife guidelines. There also was an analysis done on bonneted bats, and I don't believe that we found any cavity trees, so that is positive. The application was heard before the Tree Advisory Board, and there was a heritage tree mitigation plan that was approved, so you will see conditions in the staff report relative to that. We also looked at and provided conditions for lake management and plantings, and also with the water quality enhancements and archaeological sensitivities concerns. Floodplain management, that was briefly addressed by the applicant's consultant, and also several board members brought up those concerns. We do have Aida Williams here, who's very knowledgeable on the FEMA map changes, and can also explain any questions you might have on the floodplain compensation in the lakes 2 and 1 area. Also, we have a condition about compliance with the city's floodplain ordinance, which is Chapter 22 of the Code of Ordinances. Engineering review, I know Mr. Rabah went over this in pretty great detail. We also have some great analysis in our staff report. So unless you want me to go over that in detail, I do have my engineers here on standby if there's any concerns or questions about how the system will function. Comprehensive plan consistency. These are policies that we went ahead and extracted from the staff report, and again, the applicant has also went over these as well. But the uses and the densities and intensities are consistent with the future land use map designations of the property. There will be services available to the site, and they will have to also demonstrate that at time of local development order. In terms of our Bonita Beach Road visioning efforts, this definitely is a positive project that's consistent with those newly adopted amendments based on the tool design study and the Beach Road land use report. It's definitely a project, as Mr. Mohair explained, the project is currently zoned as a single-use commercial project, and this project brings together multiple land uses, and we're hoping with the internal trip capture and the multiple modes of transportation that this will be a positive destination for Eastern Bonita. Again, just to echo the transportation goals, the mixture of uses definitely helps facilitate a more positive impact for the city and a better development pattern. In terms of stormwater, conservation, coastal management, we went over these in our previous slides. This is just a listing of our recommended conditions of approval. If you'd like for us to go over any of those, I'm happy to do so. And findings as conditioned are also enumerated in the staff report in Attachment A. And with that, we are available for any questions.
Are there any questions by the board?
A question for Jackie, that I'd like your opinion and review. A couple of things that we discussed or brought up with the applicant. The 65-foot issue, which is also 6 habitable floors that are involved. Also, we talked about the design of the lakes and the raising and lowering of the water table. Could you speak your position on those? Get your view on those 2 issues as we discuss them.
Sure. So the question of the height, and if we have more questions on the deviation, I think Ms. McMichael kind of covered that section pretty good. You know, here we're trying to create urban form, and you definitely want to create something where the buildings interact with the street frontage. So our code, it's a suburban style code, and what we're trying to create here is a more of an urban form, an urban place destination. So that's why we had no objection to the deviation request. In terms of the height, you know, if you look at the artistic renderings that they submitted and our ability to recommend consistency with those conditions, you will see that most of the density is centered around the interior of the site. So they're trying to create, as DPZ recommended or as pointed out, the main boulevard entrance is really like their main street. So that's where you see a majority of their density and intensity of the non-residential uses. that's where you see them take shape, is along this corridor. So that's their main street. There's a plaza and a courtyard to go ahead and create that destination activity center, if you will. So a shopping, entertainment district, because we all know that retail is kind of changing. So this is designed as a place for people to go. So let's think about other areas in the region that you can associate that with. So if you think about Mercado, you know, most of the buildings along the frontage of US 41, it's kind of that typical suburban pattern, but once you are interior to the site, that's when you see those 4 to 5 story buildings. And you got the commercial retail on the first floor, sometimes the second floor, and then you have the residential above. So I equate that as a comparison that you can actually kind of relate to. And then you have towards the back of the project is the multifamily. And the interchange commercial category, it only allows the multifamily uses. It doesn't allow single family. So when you want that concentration of density in those areas, and then it supports that retail and that office component, it really kind of maximizes the intent of the mixed-use plan developments, which is to, you know, have that internal capture and where people can actually live, work in the same area. So that's where staff was coming from in the analysis of this. It's creating the best we can of urban form.
It's you. You're not done with your meeting. It's up to you.
I'll listen to it. What? Huh?
That's a straight question.
Roger?
You keep that playing. I'm gonna go grab the Easton.
Yeah, I may have to answer a few questions.
That's all right. I won't be on this screen.
No, you won't.
So let me grab the Easton. You can keep listening.
Okay.
See where Jason hit it.
Have you answered the question now, Ms. Genson?
I answered the first question. For the stormwater management, I can go ahead and ask Tricia Goff and Laura Gibson to participate. Tricia can address the lake depth and Laura can address the lake bank stabilization. Hello, Tricia Goff, City of Bonita Springs Community Development Department, engineer, reviewer for this project. When reviewing this, obviously with the different lake depths, we do allow the 12 feet depth or the 20-foot depth. Obviously, if you go...
Anna?
Yes?
Anna? I'm sorry.
Would you like me to continue, or was there a
Yes,
question?
please. Roger, why don't you mute your screen? Go ahead, please. Ms. Goff, continue.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, in our land development code, we do allow the 12 feet depth lake, or we do allow the 20 feet. If you do go greater than 12 feet in depth, we do have a deep lake management plan requirement at time of local development order. And I do have Laura Gibson here, and she can maybe go over more of that in detail. But we do allow that. As mentioned earlier, there was concerns on the lake fluctuation, and I know at time development order, there will be more design completed with the civil engineering drawings. And we do have a condition on page 9 of the staff report under the engineering 10D. This pretty much, our code does allow the lake slopes to be at a 4-to-1, but with the lake fluctuations and all of the problems we've seen out east off Bonita Beach Road, even in the newer communities, we strongly recommend maybe mitigating and not having that 4-to-1. So there's different types of items that you can do, such as the flatter slopes up to the 6-to-1, adding of littoral plantings to just have that stabilization at the lake banks. So that would help with both water quality and erosion control. So we looked at that, and we do agree with the applicant as far as the difference of the 12 and the 20 and the nutrient calculations that were provided for the Harvey Harper, which is also in the staff report that was mentioned earlier by the applicant. And I don't know, Laura, if you want to indicate anything about the lake management plan, or if you guys have any more questions in reference to the lake management plan and the requirements at time of local development order.
or if there's any other questions that have to do with the lake. Because there's two lakes. You've got your floodplain compensation lakes, which are lakes 1 and 2, and then you have your other lakes, lakes 3 and 4, which are mainly just for the project itself, treating that water, both storage and water quality.
Larry, could I ask a question at this point?
Please.
It's a really simple question. As I look at sort of the map, it looks like the Kiel Canal, if that's how you pronounce it, is very instrumental in water flow and protection of flooding as you go down toward the neighborhoods that I mentioned before that were at terrible risk and had terrible flooding during Irma. Are you satisfied that this design is not going to increase that risk and that perhaps even would decrease that? Could you speak to that?
I do believe with the intention of the applicant in trying to mitigate and not just meet the code requirements, but go above and beyond and taking in, those storm events that will happen with the Kiel Canal, where it will take in that water during those high storm events. So we do agree with that design, taking some of the off-site water flows from Bonita Beach Road, the northern portion of the southern portion of the property north of Bonita Beach Road. There is a ditch there that will take some of the off-site flow, and a portion of it will go into the property through a box culvert, and then it will go into that Lake 2 floodplain management lake.
Thank you. I guess I can read what you said to me, that you believe that the public interest of the various neighborhoods to the west of this property are not going to be negatively impacted by this development in terms of flooding.
Based on the information that's available, no.
I have a question about parking. Could you talk to us a little bit about how many parking spaces are required for 482 residential units, 315,000 square foot of commercial, and 165 room hotel? And can you show us how that works on this property?
Larry, did you want me to answer that, or was that for the applicant?
Either one or both.
Okay. Well, what I can tell you is, so for multifamily, it's based on the number of bedrooms. So at this time, for them to go ahead and actually demonstrate that they can park it's premature. Same with the.
Whoa. What are you saying that you can't tell us how much a one bedroom? That would be a minimum, right? Or a studio. You can't tell us how many parking spots are required?
At this time, we cannot. It goes back to the land development code. So what the plan development district does and says in the code is that, so unless they get a deviation, they have to meet the land development code requirements for parking. And so what makes this unique, again, is when we went ahead and approved the Bonita Beach Road amendments last year, we put in some allowances by right to share park. We put in allowances for reduction in parking based on traffic impact studies. Because again, the typical data and analysis that's used in our code is based on what they call ITE trip generation. And depending on the examples, it could be a very suburban style data set. So we recognize that, and part of the recommendations from the tool study and even DPZ is share park. And so we built that into the current land development code for the corridor because we don't find it necessary to have what we call a sea of asphalt. So it's really working on the notion that proper mixture of uses, because you have varying parking peak demands and whatnot, especially for a development like this, is very conducive to that. So I can tell you that they did not request any deviation from the parking standards, so they have to meet the land development code requirements for parking at time of development order based on the uses that they're ultimately applying for.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Mulhare. I think Jackie explained it very well. I would just add to that. You know, we just don't know the ultimate mix. So it is premature to try to calculate. You could certainly do a calculation of the maximum number of spaces that would be required if you just assumed a few scenarios, but we don't know that those scenarios will be ultimately what happens. So, you know, we have a trip cap. I just wanted to call your attention to that. So that trip cap will dictate ultimately, depending on what type of uses come in. So a hotel will generate a certain number of PM peak hour trips, and a retail will generate a certain number, an office will generate a certain number, and the residential will generate a certain number. When we calculate that, that will ultimately, based on the market conditions, that will limit the mix of uses that we put into this project to a cap. So you know the worst case scenario, we can't exceed that trip cap. It's premature for us to tell you what that mix will be. I mean, I think you can appreciate we're certainly in some interesting times these days, and it's a little bit difficult to fully understand what that mix will be at this moment in time. And it's a lot, as I think Jackie indicated, it is a large project, and we understand that. So thank you.
Can I add something there, Bob, and everybody else? There is some basis for reality in that site plan that you're looking at. No, we haven't done final parking calculations, but we have done some preliminary parking calculations, and we feel fairly confident that we're going to be able to meet the parking requirements at land development order stage, but we don't have enough specificity in design and the architectural elements and the unit counts, et cetera, to do a final design. That's for the LDO, the final design. But there is some reality. We worked that master plan from the inside out. We know about the size of the hotel and what that would take and so on and so forth. So this was not completely done in a vacuum. There is some reality in our plan to be refined at the final development order stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the zoning board of the city at this time? Hearing none. Roger, did you want to speak? Roger
No.
Brunswick. Okay. Hearing none, does the applicant wish to offer any rebuttal?
Are there any public speakers on this item? I wasn't clear if the one woman who deferred.
Well, we're not at the public speaker yet. We'll get to that in a minute.
Well, I'd like to wind up comments after we hear from the public, so we don't have to do it twice, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. That'll be fine. Are there any public comments?
Michael, Ann, do you have any comments at the moment?
No.
There was
at this
someone who
time-
wanted to make a comment. I believe it was Ann Kremer.
Yes, at this point, I don't want to make any comments. Most of my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. So hearing no public comments, what is the wishes and no rebuttal or rebuttal by the city?
At this point, we agree with staff's comments. I guess I think we've resolved the concerns regarding the access to I'll call it the north-south main road on the western portion of the property. We'll work with staff between now and the city council hearing. And again, I think we've stated our position on the interconnection to the St. James PD. So with that, with the comments that we made regarding that interconnection being eliminated because we don't want the St. James PD coming to our property, I don't think we have any further responses to staff comments, and we're obviously available to answer any further questions the board may have of us.
Thank you. Anything further?
Larry, would approval of this by the zoning board and the council include a 5-year limit on its approval?
I believe so. Mr. Rooney?
I don't believe there's been any deviation requested from the lifespan of the master concept plan.
So 5 years.
It's 5 years.
Any further questions? Anybody? Has everybody said everything they want to say before we begin to consider this? Okay. Do I hear a motion from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I like. Go ahead.
You're
muted again, John.
You're muted, Mr. Inserpi. Unmute yourself.
Where is he? Right down here. I think he's trying. He's not having success.
He's trying.
John's coming to help you, Mr. Inserpi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the staff's recommendation. And I also like to thank the applicant and staff for a job well done. Thank you.
And I'd like to second that motion.
Discussion.
I also wish to state it was a really well done presentation.
Is there any discussion?
Are you muted?
Hearing no discussion?
Mr. Chairman, is it ever appropriate for the applicant to ask a question on the motion?
Not that I know of.
May I?
But if there's a legal matter, if you can address something to the council.
Okay.
Mr. Rooney.
It is a legal matter. My question is the motion maker requiring the full interconnection on the western portion of the project with the St. James commercial PD? That was my only question from a legal standpoint.
Where our residential is.
Where the residential project is. Because the motion was to support staff comments, and staff had originally said they recommended egress only. So I was confused as to the intent of the motion maker.
Was this the matter that you were discussing with Mr. Sweet?
No.
Or is that something else?
Yes, Mr. Sweet said he was not concerned about the access in the northwest quadrant with the St. James PD. And staff had said they recommended egress only, but it was Lee County that wanted the full unfettered access. So that's what I was confused on the motion.
I believe the motion was to follow staff recommendations. Is that correct, Mr. Inserpi?
Yes, it was.
So by doing that, I want everybody to understand, we are ignoring or we are not taking into account the Lee County concerns.
Well,
is that right, Mr. Rooney?
Correct.
Everybody understand that?
Derek, if I may, the condition, it is considered a staff recommendation because it is a condition. The Lee County DOT condition is 14D.
Well, what, Jackie, clarify, is Mr. Jovanovich's statement accurate that the staff recommendation is for egress only? And
So city staff recommendation is reflected on their master concept plan where it says potential egress, stated egress. The county's condition is specifically in 14D.
okay, 14C. So
C's and dogs.
I guess the question would be, Mr. Inserpi, are you willing to, is your motion to go with the staff recommendation and discount condition 14C from Lee County?
B.
Right.
B. Okay.
D is in dog.
Right.
14D. Okay.
That's what I understand his motion to be, is to go with the staff recommendation and not the Lee County recommendation.
Mr. Brunswick, do you concur?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Hearing, is there any further discussion?
I'd like to ask a question with that clarification. Is it legal for a city to ignore a higher political entity's recommendation and say, we'll go with ours, not yours. Does that stand? Does that work?
It's not a higher, Lee County doesn't have any jurisdiction on our zoning matters. It's their
Okay.
road, that's why they're requesting the change. But the
Do
two
they-
staff conditions are not consistent, so you have to make a decision one way or the other.
Is there any further discussion? Has everyone on the board said everything they would like to say? Clerk, did I hear something? No. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Russ Wynn,
Yes.
Chairman Kurlander,
Yes.
Barbara Craig,
Yes.
Roger Brunswick,
Yes.
Richard Donnelly,
Yes.
Robert Inserpi.
Yes.
Well, I thank you all. Is there anything further?
Mr. Kurlander, we have another person that would like to give public comment. Yes, they were having issues on their side, but I can put them through now if you'd like.
Well, they're entitled, but
It's kind of after the vote. What does that do?
we have voted. But let me entertain the person who wants to speak.
Mr. Michael, are you there?
Yeah, yep. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I understand the vote's been taken, and that's fine. I just wanted to weigh in a little bit.
Would you please identify yourself and give us your address?
Yeah, sure. Yep. My name is Mike Dinelli, and I live at Worthington Country Club, 28072 Cavendish Court, Unit 2201. Bonita Springs, Florida. Okay. All set?
All set.
Okay. I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. I was part of the reasons we had the meetings with Whole Montes and the Zuckerman Group here at Worthington. I was president from 2016 to 2019. And unfortunately, I was president in 17 when we hit Irma, and Worthington became the poster child for flooding. As a concerned citizen, and at that point, we gathered the troops. We had city, we had state, we had the county in here. Everybody participated really well in trying to help us out with our issues. So now I'm a concerned citizen running for city council, and I do have a couple of questions. And I think Bob can tell you that, you know, through our meetings, everything has been very cordial. They have been very respectful, and they have been receptive to our concerns. The one thing that really still concerns me is the traffic. You know, I know that, you know, with the approval of the single-family homes or the multifamily dwellings with this project, plus anything that's going to happen in the mining project. Plus, it's my understanding there's another project. I mean, we're looking at a lot of traffic traveling on Bonita Grande and West Terry. And my bigger concern, really, for the residents who live in these gated communities along Bonita Beach Road, is not so much traffic congestion, but really traffic safety. Once you cross Bonita Grande on Bonita Beach Road, you have a stretch of road that takes you to Logan, which is like the Autobahn. And we find that, you know, trying to get out our gates, the way that the road conditions are set up right now is very challenging, and it's going to get worse. So I have talked to the county commissioner a little bit about it. I have talked to the folks at Whole Montes about it. So everybody's aware of this. I'd just like to get some opinion on that. And the only other question I had was, in terms of the architectural designs, will there be an approval process as they are appropriate?
This is your time to comment. And
Well,
our
I
time
got-
to engage. We're not permitted to engage in a discussion with you, Mr. Denali.
Oh, okay, okay. So those are my comments. Traffic being my biggest issue. And as I heard today, another concern I would have is the architectural designs. And when they are available, will they have to go through an approval process? So that's what I have to say. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hearing me. Yep.
Okay, so we are adjourned until 1 o'clock, is it? I want to be clear about that.
What I have.
That is correct. Your next meeting is at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody from the board have anything to say before we adjourn for a while? Okay.
I think I will be able to attend.
Great. Thank you, Roger. Okay, so the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Maybe recess.
Usually we would have an invocation and a pledge. We've done that this morning. And before we call the roll, Barbara Craig wishes to make a statement, and I will allow it at this time.
Thank you, Larry. I'm going to recuse myself from this case, and I would like the opportunity to explain why. Back in February of 2016, I testified before the Bonita City Council in opposition to a similar but different Raptor Bay Tower project. Hundreds of Bonita Springs residents showed up at that hearing, and long lines of citizens formed to testify against the Raptor Bay Tower project. As one of the founders, as treasurer, and later as president of a newly created Pelican Landing owners organization called Residents for a Better Community, or RBC, I hired expert witnesses, Ralph Brooks, a Florida land use attorney, and Dan Trescott, a Florida land use engineer, to provide expert testimony in opposition to the Raptor Bay Towers project. Our objectives were twofold. One, to identify the fact that the subject property lies within a designated coastal high hazard area, where increasing existing density is made illegal, to say nothing of unwise. And two, to expose the fact that the Raptor Bay parcel came into the city by way of an annexation agreement that was fashioned by a past city council to entice WCI to annex this property into Bonita Springs, and that agreement amounted to contract zoning. Contract zoning is not legal because it effectively forces a subsequent council to vote in a specific way, thereby undercutting the corrective power of the people's vote. After listening to staff reports and valuable testimony, the city council voted to oppose the project. Just a few weeks later, the council election brought in Peter Simmons as mayor and a new majority on the council. The city's opposition to this project was carried forward in a court case, the result of which is before the zoning board today. While I do not agree that the lower Florida court, or to be more accurate, the hearing examiner who wrote the decision that the court adopted, was correct in denying that the annexation agreement amounted to contract zoning, the council decided not to appeal that decision. And therefore, because a court ruled against the contract zoning argument, it cannot be used now to oppose this proposal. However, the court did not address the issue of coastal high hazard restrictions. Moreover, the original annexation agreement, as I read it, had clear restrictions against any change in the development plan. And the case before us today is a very significant change in the plan set out in the annexation agreement. Based on this connection alone, under Florida rules for recusal, which are based on a financial conflict of interest, I do not need to recuse. That said, I do not believe it is appropriate for me to sit on this case. My history with WCI is a bit more complicated, and it is because of that I feel I must recuse myself from this hearing. Let me explain. RBC, the Pelican Landing Owners Group, filed a court case against WCI in January of 2016. One of our complaints challenged WCI's claim that it could unilaterally annex properties such as Raptor Bay with all of its residential units into the Pelican Landing community. I was part of that case as individual plaintiff as well as a president of RBC. Following the City Council's 2016 vote against the proposed Raptor Bay development, RBC's case against WCI continued. In June of 2017, a newly elected post-turnover board of the Pelican Landing HOA joined the suit as co-plaintiff. At that point, RBC and I withdrew from the case since the Homeowners Association effectively took over. But 6 days later, WCI filed a sanctions suit against me personally, RBC, and our legal counsel. We recognize this as a classic slap suit meant to intimidate me particularly and
Mr.
terrify
Chair.
others to stand up for their rights. However, Lee County's Circuit Judge, Judge Rossman, ruled against us in November of 2017. Just a few weeks later, Judge Rossman was arrested in Naples in a prostitution sting and for resisting arrest. Soon thereafter, he resigned from the bench and he was ultimately disbarred from practice in Florida. Meanwhile, however, WCI used the lower court decision in an attempt to continue to intimidate me by, among other things, trying to attach funds in my personal checking account without notice, even though they well knew that all my funds were protected by Florida law. Fortunately for me, that effort was thwarted by the Fifth Third Bank's legal counsel, who understood that was not legal. In June of 2019, Pelican Landing and WCI negotiated a settlement that included clarification that WCI could not annex any property into PLCA. Effectively, RBC and Pelican Landing prevailed on everything we set out to accomplish. WCI's case against me and RBC, however, continued. In August of 2019, RBC's attorney and I, who am not an attorney at all, argued our case against WCI's claim for sanctions against me, personally, RBC and the law firm, in the Florida Court of Appeals in Tampa. On February 26, 2020, the appeals court announced its decision. We want a complete reversal of the lower court's disgraced Judge Rossman decision. Though I would like to sit here and play a role in reviewing this case with you, which I believe has a lot of remaining problems under the law and separate from the court ruling on the contract zoning issue, I think it pretty evident that my history here makes that inappropriate. There is no way, honestly, that I can be impartial so far as WCI is concerned. Thus, I recuse myself from this case and will leave the meeting at this time. And I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make my reasoning clear.
I want to say two things now. First, Barbara approached me and to talk about recusal, and I agreed that she should, but I also agreed that she should talk with our counsel, Derek Rooney, and she's done that. And so she is recused. The second thing I want to be clear about is that the views that she has expressed here are strictly her own and not the views of the zoning board. And that while we respect Barbara, those are her views and not the views of the board. So thank you very much. My screen just went away.
Well, I'm going to leave now if that's okay with you all. I wish you the best of luck. Bye-bye.
So the reason I asked her to speak before there was a roll call is that if there was a roll call, she would have been counted as part of the quorum, which would have placed an additional burden on the applicant. It would have required them to have 4 votes instead of 3 for approval. So I thought it was fair that she speak first, not knowing that she was going to give that full expose that she did. So she is not part of the quorum. So would the clerk call the roll, please?
Robert and Serpy,
Here.
Richard Donnelly,
Richard, can you hear us?
Here.
Roger Brunswick,
Here, Larry, give you a private chat notice.
Barbara Craig, Chairman Kurlander,
Here.
Russ Wynn.
Here.
Okay. So with that,
Larry, Mr. Chairman, if I might, just very briefly, just to confirm, Ms. Craig has recused herself from this part of the meeting pursuant to section 286.012, based on the apparent bias or prejudice to the fair proceedings under a quasi-judicial hearing. I would ask that the remainder of the board follow with the chairman's comments, and please do not consider any of her testimony in making your decision today.
Agreed.
Great.
So this is the time where we normally have public comment, and if anybody wants to speak from the public now, they're certainly more than welcome to. However, I would advise, if you're speaking about this and you want to have your voice considered, I think it would be wiser to speak at the end of the presentations and prior to the time the board considers it. So with that, does anyone in the public wish to speak at this time?
Ms. Kramer, Ann, would you like to speak now or after the presentation?
I'd be happy to speak after the presentation. Thank you.
All righty.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak now?
I believe that's it, Chairman.
Okay, hearing none, we'll call the case of the Pelican Landing Residential Plan Development, Commercial Plan Development Amendment. And I'll call upon the applicant to.
Before the applicant does that, Mr. Chairman, maybe I should start out and lay a little bit of the groundwork for everybody today. If you don't mind.
More than welcome.
It's in your detailed in the staff representation historical analysis, but you know, if you recall, this is a case that has been going on since 2014, 2015. Basically outlined, as Ms. Craig described earlier, it was subject to an annexation agreement that provided for a comprehensive plan and rezoning. That comprehensive plan was denied. Subsequently, the rezoning did not move forward and was remanded back to the zoning board in 2016 by the city council. The city and WCI communities engaged in many years of litigation, the result of which was ultimately not only at the local level, but at the appellate level, the city was not proceeding in a positive manner and chose to agree to the arbitration decision, which was confirmed by the local court. That arbitration decision actually rezoned the property for all intents and purposes to allow 4 towers in multifamily use. Why this is before you today is because there is a contract purchaser for that property, London Bay Homes, who seeks to move forward and would like to secure their actual development plans through a formal rezoning adopted by the city council. One of the steps, because of that remand to the zoning board, we are coming back to the zoning board for their review. There are some elements that are different from the court order, which is another reason the city itself would also like to see this zoning approval put in place. Obviously, the court is not the preferred avenue of approving rezonings. It does not deal with such issues as the master concept plan, as some of the traffic issues that they are not concerned at that level. So I'd just like to lay that foundation before we go forward. Thank you very much.
Having said that, I have a question for all the council for the applicant, council for the community development, and Mr. Rooney. I have read the court's decision, the arbitrator's decision, and the annexation agreement. And it seems to me that there are 2 parts to this case. One is the court decision. The court has ruled that WCI and its successor, London Bay Homes, is entitled to 4 20-story over 2 parking levels buildings on the property in question. And also there was an annexation of the Kersey Smoot piece of the land into this. In that regard, the city not having appealed the decisions, that becomes the law of the case. And we are required, it would be the same as if there's a statute saying they're entitled to this. Having said that, there are portions of this case that were not considered by the court, in which, in those instances, this zoning board has the authority to say yes or no. For example, the applicant is asking that the density be increased from 400 to 503 units. Second, they're asking that the residential towers be converted to assisted living facilities. Neither of those issues was covered by the court decision, the arbitrator's findings, or, I might add, the annexation agreement. And therefore, there is authority in this board to decide those questions, yay or nay. Does anybody disagree with that?
No.
I would clarify a little bit on that. Yes, you're absolutely correct that the decision of the court did not rule on those issues. The annexation agreement does entitle WCI to all units within that are remaining within the Pelican Landing BRI. Both London Bay Homes and the city have engaged in exhaustive review, and the 503 units does appear to be an accurate representation of those available units. With respect to the conversion, the master concept plan for assisted living and continuing care facilities, it was not part of the court case. However, under the current situation, the land development codes of Lee County currently apply to that property until a comprehensive plan amendment can bring it properly within the city's jurisdiction. Under section 34-1411 and 1414 of the Lee County Land Development Code, a conversion from multifamily to assisted living at the ratios in the application before you is allowed as of right if depicted on the master concept plan. A similar provision applies within the Bonita Springs code. So you are correct that those are outside of the court's order. However, in reviewing them for any discretion you may have, that discretion is limited only to the criteria in the findings in Division 4 of the city's land development code. So in other words, you would be looking at the same findings you look at for any rezoning, whether the plan development provisions or the provisions requiring surrounding area, compatibility, all those issues. There's no specific requirements or findings required in order to allow those conversions. Does that make sense?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It does not to me, at least. For example, do I recall correctly that during the appellate argument, the applicant made an argument to increase the density to 519 units? The court specifically denied that, if I recall correctly. And now you're telling us we have no authority to rule on that. Mr. Theriak, do I recall that correctly? The applicant's attorney as well speak to that?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Rich Jovanovich again, this time on behalf of London Bay. The annexation agreement, and I agree with what Mr. Rooney said.
I'm sure you do.
The annexation, and I appreciate that. The court order specifically said that the annexation agreement is valid. And the annexation agreement is clear that the remaining density can be assigned to this piece of property. The question became how many units is allowed to go on that property. The city staff initially, when we got involved and we're looking at this piece of property, was not certain as to what that number was and would not support the 519. We went through a process where we hired Waldrop Engineering to go through and analyze all of the approvals that exist within this particular DRI. And we went through and verified and proved to the city's satisfaction that they were right. It wasn't 519, it was 503. So I agree and believe that it's not up for discussion or debate as to the 503 being added to this piece of property. That's been decided by the court. So the 503 is in fact verified number and is consistent with what the terms of the annexation agreement says. Now, there'll be subsequent development orders for this piece of property, and we'll have to meet, the review for those subsequent final development orders. But right now, from a zoning perspective, I believe that the decision has been made by the judge in this particular case, that 503 units is authorized on this property, and that is why we've asked for that to be included in the PD specifically, that the 503 units are in fact allowed to be developed on this property, obviously subject to getting appropriate final development orders in the future.
So it's your view then, if I hear you correctly, that there's nothing for us to decide. We have to vote yes on everything. Do I understand that correctly?
I believe that we're entitled to 503 units, that we're entitled to the CCF use on the property, and we need to go through this process to get the zoning document to match what the code says and what the annexation agreement provides, and we need to move forward with that. We do have, I think, one other deviation which pertains to a setback that Alexis will go through in the greater detail, that we want to meet the land development code. But other than that, we think that we are here with a document that is consistent with the court's rulings and should be approved.
Mr. Theriak, what is your view?
I disagree with the applicant's attorney's interpretation. The court did not make a finding as it pertains to the number of units. In fact, WCI submitted a motion asking for a final judgment to have 519 units. The city responded that the number of units that were at issue in the rezoning were 400. And we provided extensive documentation that WCI had submitted, including a site plan, hurricane evacuation, traffic analysis, and the court rejected WCI's proposed order that had a specific number of units and signed the proposed order that we submitted that did not have any number of units. We also offered to stipulate to 400, but WCI rejected that. There is nothing in any order, whether it's the arbitrator or whether it's a circuit court's order confirming the final judgment, that establishes a number of units. And the language that's in the annexation agreement says the units may be allocated from any of the zoning resolutions identified above, as long as the total number of units within the DRI are not exceeded. That says may. And if there are concerns about the number of units, if there's evidence that's introduced regarding environmental or traffic or hurricane evacuation, I think you have the authority to address the number of units. I do not agree that the court has tied your hands on that issue. I do agree with the applicant's attorney that the applicant's consultants provided documentation regarding the number of remaining units in the DRI. And I do agree that staff agreed with that analysis, but I strongly disagree that the court has tied your hands on that issue.
Let me add something to that, because I think at the real crux of the issue is evidence here. And I tried to lay this out at the beginning, but the criteria that the zoning board looks at is specifically those criteria listed in section 4-131 D3 and section 4299 A2. The same criteria you look at every time you look at a plan development. And if you are to recommend approval or denial, you are to look at the evidence that's before you in the hearing and determine if those findings have been met. If the evidence indicates that all those criteria have been met, then the applicant is entitled to an approval, a recommendation of approval. They're only entitled to a recommendation of denial if there is also evidence to recommend denial. So ultimately, that's the purpose of this hearing, to determine whether or not there's sufficient evidence to meet those findings.
One clarification, Derek, were you referring to the county's land development code criteria or the city's?
I'm referring to the city's for the zoning board's findings.
Wouldn't we be applying the criteria that are set forth in the county's land development code?
We're under the, aren't we?
Which I believe the staff report laid that out.
Yeah, then I apologize. I'm defaulting to my standard analysis.
To your standard speech that you give to
I
everyone.
agree with Derek that in order for this board to recommend a denial, there has to be evidence that supports a ground that's at issue in the Lee County Comprehensive Plan or the Lee County Land Development Code. Without that evidence, you can't recommend a denial.
Right. But that's true in every case.
That's correct. And I believe the criteria are set out. Let me pull up Jackie's report. Land Development Code. Without that evidence, you can't recommend a denial. Right. And I believe
That's true in every case.
On page 23 and 24 of the packet, staff laid out the review criteria based upon the Lee County Land Development Code, which is what you're applying to this application. And they provided a city response as to whether they agreed or disagreed with the project meeting the review criteria. And that's at 23 and 24 of your packet.
Right. Okay, so we will we'll withhold judgment for now on that, and we'll proceed. I'll call the applicant. Mr. Rooney, you want to swear in the witnesses?
I will be happy to.
Thank
All
you.
those intending to give testimony today, staff, the applicant, or any members of the public who are listening, please raise your right hand and swear or affirm that you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'll call
Yes.
the applicant.
Somebody's on a delay.
I think it might be me.
Yes, it is. It's 334-2195. Can you please state your name, ma'am?
Neil Montgomery.
Thank you.
Neil, did you want to say something?
I think we're ready now for
just
the
listened.
applicant's presentation.
Sworn in.
Are we ready to go?
I think so.
Yep.
I thought maybe Neil Montgomery wanted to say something, but I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, well, again, for the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of London Bay. Ms. Montgomery is also representing WCI in this matter. As you've been told, London Bay has the property under contract and is moving forward with the potential acquisition of this site. Our request is to clarify.
Is also
Neil, you need to go on mute.
Hi, Neil, can you please keep your microphone muted? We have a feedback.
Hang on, so we're having a problem here.
I think she's good now. Yeah, at the end, I think the echo is because Ms. Montgomery was off of mute. Ms. Montgomery continues to represent WCI in this matter, and we are moving forward with the proposed completion of the rezone application begun by WCI with.
Hang on, we're having a problem here.
I think she's good now.
Yeah, I think the echo was because Ms. Montgomery was off of mute.
Who's got the time for that?
Ms. Montgomery, do you have this playing 2 times? Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. If this continues to happen, I can't remove her from the meeting.
So I'll keep going, I guess.
I guess you should keep going.
I try. I feel like I'm at a
I'm
baseball
here and the
game.
phone on itself keeps muting and unmuting me, so I apologize.
I'm sorry. If this continues to happen,
All right, take 3. Again, both Neil and I are representing, I'm representing London Bay and she's representing WCI, and we're trying to complete the rezone of the property to essentially put this 55 acres into the Pelican Landing CPD RPD. Again, as we started, the request is to confirm the number of residential units that remain in the DRI, and that would be assigned to this particular piece of property. We believe we have met our legal burden to prove that there are 503 units left. That analysis was done along with your staff, and your staff has reviewed every document we have provided to verify that there are 503 units remaining to be assigned to this property pursuant to the rezone process that we're going through now. As Mr. Rooney mentioned, we believe that we have the legal right to continuing care facility on this property, which would include independent living units as well as assisted living units. And that is another revision or clarification we're making to the PUD zoning documents. Basically, to cut to the chase, if you look at your staff report, and you'll hear from Alexis from our testimony, but your staff report confirms that we've met our legal burden and are entitled to an approval of this particular request. We're consistent with the Lee County Comprehensive Plan. We're consistent with the Lee County Land Development Code. And we have met every one of the zoning criteria to entitle us to be approved. I do also want to make sure it's clear on the record that since the day I've been involved on behalf of London Bay, it was never a question about how many units can be assigned to this piece of property. From my discussions with Mr. Rooney, it was a question of proving what was remaining. The 400 number was never required, and the 519 number was never agreed to. It was all subject to verification from staff. We have done the required analysis, and we have all of our experts here, if you want to hear from them, to show that we have met every one of the required criteria to receive approval today. We have a presentation from Alexis to briefly go over the request and how we're consistent. We have Mr. Treesh here, who's our transportation consultant, if you want to hear from him. He does not have a prepared presentation, but is available to answer any questions. Mark Wilson, Daniel Ledbetter, and Lisa Van Dien are all here on behalf of London Bay, if you have questions for them. But at the end of the hearing, we're going to ask you to recommend approval because we believe that the record that's before you shows by competent substantial evidence that we have met every one of the criteria. And with that, I will turn it over to Alexis.
Have you sworn the witness, Mr. Rooney?
Yes, we've all been sworn.
Okay.
Addison, can I share my screen?
There you go.
Thank you.
Pardon? Did you say something, Rich, to me?
No, you can stay on mute. You're good.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexis Crespo. I'm a planner at Waldrop Engineering. I've been accepted in this forum as an expert in land use planning, as well as in Lee County as an expert in the Lee Plan and Land Development Code, and would respectfully request to be tenured as an expert in that area again today. I'll just give a brief presentation and hopefully address some of the commentary we've heard thus far. I think everyone is very aware where this property is located in the world, but I'll just take the time for anyone listening in to describe the property location. It's shown on this slide, outlined in yellow. It's 55 acres in size, located north of Coconut Road. The property immediately north of the site is the Hyatt Residence Club timeshare property, as well as golf course holes in the Raptor Bay Golf Club. Resort Point, a Coconut Point Resort Drive rather, is a 2-lane local roadway privately owned that provides access to the property from Coconut Road. Coconut Road is a major collector roadway located to the south of the property, partially maintained by Lee County and the Village of Estero. To the south of the property is the Hyatt Regency Coconut Point property, and then further north of that and immediately abutting the subject property is the proposed Bayview on Estero Bay, which is a pending project also by London Bay. And then certainly we have the Estero Bay to our west. You'll see from the slide that the property is developed with golf course holes, as well as contains some conservation and wetland areas and stormwater management facilities. So we're requesting for you today, we're seeking your recommendation of approval to modify the Lee County zoning resolution 9414 relating to Pelican Landing for the 55-acre subject property we were referring to as Raptor Bay. Our request will be to include 20 acres that are currently in Kersey Smoot plan development and incorporate those into Pelican Landing plan development. This would allow the subject property to be developed under a unified plan development ordinance rather than multiple zoning resolution as it rests today. We are seeking to amend condition 9 to create area F1 and have this tract delineated clearly on a master concept plan associated with the zoning. We are seeking to add continuing care facilities, assisted living, and independent living facilities to the list of permitted uses. And as Derek noted, these are under the umbrella of residential uses per the Lee County Land Development Code. They're treated as residential from a density standpoint. And so we certainly interpret the code as this is a clarification by adding them to the list of permitted uses rather than a new use that is not already contemplated within the PD itself. And then lastly, we are looking to amend conditions to clarify the site development regulations, setbacks, and the unit count on area F1. This slide is just extracted from your staff report and clearly shows the 20 acres in blue, which is Kersey Smoot PD, that would be incorporated into the Pelican Landing PD again, so we can be within one unified plan development. This slide is, I just wanted to show this to the zoning board so they could understand the level of effort to determine the 503 vested units within the DRI. Each community in the Pelican Landing DRI was tabulated pulling recorded subdivision plats and condominium documents and declarations. So the staff did not take our word for it by any means. We provided all the backup data to substantiate the numbers. There's even a parcel within Pelican Landing where a building, a condominium, is split by the DRI line. And we took the time with staff to walk them through the tabulation so that they were very comfortable and we're very conservative. So where it could be inferred that a unit could be tabulated to a neighboring property and not this DRI, we were conservative and removed that from our unit count tabulation. So I just want to touch on that, that this was a concerted effort to arrive at those 503 units. And there is also one remaining single family dwelling unit we were able to identify through this research, but we are only seeking the 503 multifamily units to be attributed to the subject property. The proposed master concept plan is very similar to what the zoning board saw when this came before them back in 2016. We again have just added some labeling for clarification, and certainly the CCF, ALF, ILF use clarification is permitted on the property. We also clarified that the maximum dwelling units are 503 per that DRI tabulation. In terms of data and analysis, we did submit a supplementary traffic study as well as Bonita Springs Utilities capacity letter, understanding that the previous data analysis was 400 units. So we did supplement what was previously provided to staff with additional materials to substantiate that 503 units can be supported on the property based on available public infrastructure in the area. Another item we are proposing to add is interconnections in these two locations. The land development code in both Lee County and the city of Bonita Springs have been updated in recent years to encourage interconnectivity between parcels, because there's an intent to have common ownership of these parcels in the future with the Bayview project to our south. We are proposing to add interconnections in order to just clean that up and be more consistent with the land development code as it rests today. And so those are the only changes we have proposed to the master concept plan since the last time you saw this application. There are some housekeeping conditions outlined in your staff report relating to condition 12, which relates to building height within the DRI and PD. Condition 12D, we are clarifying that there are only 4 buildings that are allowed to be 75 feet or more within this project, but clarifying that additional lower structures that are less than 75 feet are also permissible within the project. Condition 12E, we are proposing to just clarify again that 15% open space would be required on this track, as without the CCF use added to it, it would be unclear how much open space would be required on site. So staff was in agreement that was a good change to ensure easy implementation when this reaches a development order stage. And then lastly, we are proposing to amend deviation 12 relating to the perimeter setbacks for this area. Currently, the condition states a specific setback that's actually an enhanced setback per the code for structures north of Coconut Road, and it broadly refers to tract F. Because we are creating an F1, we wanted to clarify that this setback, which was specifically proposed for the area north of Coconut Road, would clearly apply to F1 as well as tract F. We are in agreement with your staff, and I will, for the record, submit that the plan development analysis and finding criteria in the Lee County Code in section 34.145 and 34.377 have been met by not only the original application, but the supplementary materials we have provided. We are in 100% agreement with your staff that it's consistent with the land development code. Relating to that criteria as well as the Lee plan, we are seeking to modify conditions originally drafted in 1994 to facilitate implementation for this new tract F1. We're in agreement with your council that CCF uses are residential in nature and are permissible today, and that this clarification, again, will ease implementation. It's also important to note that CCF uses generally produce less impacts in terms of traffic, utilities, certainly on schools. So the addition of this use would result in a less intense project than the multifamily scenario. The proposed interconnectivity will enhance this project as well as surrounding projects, and the request is consistent with the annexation agreement and final order as Rich has walked through in detail. And I'll just close with, again, stating this request is consistent with the Lee County Land Development Code and Lee Plan, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Oh, no, I did not. Sorry.
If I can, just a couple of clarifications that Mr. Rooney and I have spoken about with Ms. Montgomery in the staff report and their recommendation on conditions. Condition number 3C is on page 8 of the staff report. Staff the annexation agreement was clear that the DRI would apply to the property. Staff is attempting to impose the city's fertilizer ordinance on this property, which is different from the DRI development order. So we have objected to condition 3C. Likewise, condition 3D regarding mangrove trimming, we would be following the DRI. So we disagree with condition 3D, and I think that Mr. Rooney is prepared to talk to and address those with this board. On the next page, page number 9, condition 4B regarding the applicant shall coordinate with the Village of Estero on their impact to Coconut Road as it relates to the KCA traffic technical memorandum. We have likewise objected to that provision because it's not measurable. Nobody has any idea what that means. And that needs to come out. I think Mr. Rooney agrees. And finally, condition 4A regarding the Coconut, the Pelican Colony Boulevard traffic signal. We, WCI as well as London Bay, agree that they will fund its share of the traffic signal. I believe that the city intends to enter into an agreement with the Village of Estero to get that traffic signal constructed, and we will fund our share of that traffic signal. And in return for that, we will receive impact fee credits for our share. So there'll be, I don't know if Mr. Rooney's had a chance to make a revision to that provision yet, but we've agreed to appropriate changes to that condition 4A to address our obligation to fund the construction of that traffic signal. And with that, those are the revisions we have to the staff conditions that have been shared with your staff, and I believe have been at this point agreed to.
And this is Derek Rooney. I'll just add very quickly that the issues with respect to conditions 3A and B, the mangrove trimming and the fertilizer, those really stem from an open question which we'll have to resolve, which is that the DRI both leak. So there are regulations in the DRI with respect to mangrove trimming and fertilizer. There are Lee County provisions with respect to mangrove trimming and fertilizer. And then there are City of Bonita Springs provisions. And so I agreed to the removal of the conditions as written with respect to Bonita Springs application of those rules. What we need to determine going forward is which rules do apply. And I believe Ms. Gensen has some comments on that, particularly with respect to the Kersey Smoot PD, which may have specific provisions for mangrove that may be amended. On the traffic issues, condition 4B, what is vague, and we agreed to the removal. Condition 4A, I've submitted some revised language based on comments from the applicant and the property owner WCI through to the Village of Estero. The Village of Estero is reviewed and approved those condition changes, basically just mirroring what Mr. Yovanovich said right now, that they will pay their contribution. There will be impact fee credit eligible, but because the provisions are being negotiated between two jurisdictions, they did object to the language indicating that they had to do something with the Village of Estero. So now the revised condition will require them to coordinate with the City of Bonita Springs. The City of Bonita Springs will coordinate with the Village of Estero, who is currently working with Coconut Point on the east side of US 41 to pay 50% of those improvements themselves. So it's a coordination issue, but the condition itself is acceptable to all parties as I understand it.
So, Mr. Rooney, what does that mean for our voting? I mean, we have 4 deviations. What are the? I don't understand.
The deviation. It's not a question as to the deviation. The issue is that during the applicant's submittal, the traffic analysis provided by Mr. Treach indicated that Coconut Road would meet its level of service requirements from traffic generated from the Raptor Bay project. But that was also assuming that the Pelican Colony Boulevard intersection was being constructed. It has been planned for a long time. The condition that the Village of Estero has asked for is just to make sure that that intersection and any obligations the developer may have is met before any vertical development can occur. And so far, it looks like there is agreement on that.
So we aren't voting on any of the deviations. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not making any comments on the deviations at this time.
But we have to vote on them.
Yes, you'll vote on the deviations.
All right.
I would just like to, can I clarify on that we are making modifications to an old approved deviation 12. We are not seeking any new deviations through this application. We are modifying some conditions and related to the 1994 approved deviation 12, so that when this new parcel F1 is created, it's clear how that deviation applies to this property.
Well, while I've got you, could I ask another question about your presentation?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to the 503 units, there's also a request for some rezoning that involves the assisted living, 3 different levels of assisted living. How are is that in the 503 units?
Yes, the 503 units could be converted to the different types of assisted living units subject to the code.
So how does that?
It would not be new units in addition to, it would not be new units in addition to the 503. They would come from the 503.
Right. So how do you count an assisted living unit? Is it a bed?
An assisted living facility bed is at a 4-to-1 ratio. So for every 1 dwelling unit, it creates the potential for 4 ALF beds.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
We have to address independent 2-to-1.
Does the code address assisted living facilities in coastal high hazard areas?
Generally, the Florida statutes, the Florida Administrative Code addresses stringent requirements for locating continuing care facilities in the coastal high hazard area, including the requirement that this facility would have a comprehensive emergency management plan that would get approved at the state level, as well as get approved by the county and local agencies. And this is a very comprehensive document to address how hurricane evacuation would be conducted in the event of a hurricane for the facility. And these documents not only go into the process of evacuating the residents, visitors, guests, it's as detailed as it actually sets forth what they will eat upon evacuation. It has a sample menu of various non-perishable food items. So I'm giving that as an example. These are 200-300-page plans that have to be submitted before any approval of the facility is granted by the state to ensure that all aspects of emergency management, hurricane evacuation is covered.
Are there any assisted living facilities in coastal high hazard areas in Lee County? Do they currently exist?
Shell Point Retirement Community at on the way to Sanibel would be an example.
And how many units is that?
I do not know, but I can likely get you an answer before the hearing concludes.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Does the applicant have anything further at this time? We will reserve your right to rebuttal.
Any questions?
Are there any other questions from the board for the applicant before we call this upon the city to respond? Hearing none, does the city wish to present anything? Hello, anybody there? Guess not.
All right, no, I'm here. Sorry, we had to unmute the line. We do have a short presentation. If we can have control of the screen, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Okay, thank you.
It might be approved for more. 1,298 units to be determined.
Okay. All right, for the record, Jacqueline Ginson with Community Development. presenting on behalf of the City of Bonita Springs. The City Agency Review Team is listed before you on the screen. In the room is myself, John Dolmer, Laura Gibson. We also have on the phone David Theriak, and we also have Tom Ross by phone. Mary Gibbs from the Village of Estero is on the line as well, and I also have Jay Sweet, our City Surveyor. Some background, and this has already been covered throughout the presentation. This is based on an annexation agreement in 2014. As was already discussed, the petition was denied in 2016, and at that meeting, the applicant had requested a remand for review under the Lee County Comprehensive Plan at time of annexation. And we did discuss that there were multiple lawsuits filed by WCI. And part of this zoning action is to go ahead and honor that remand. And then it's based on the final judgment confirming final arbitration order. We also have the additional request by London Bay Homes, who is the contract purchaser. Oh gosh, can you guys, sorry. I see that you guys cannot see my screen entirely. Oh, interesting, sorry about that. All right, can everyone see my screen now?
You have the cover page up.
Yeah, I don't know. See, this is what happened. All right, if you could just give me 1 second, please, to go ahead and see what's going on with my.
Surely.
Okay, can everyone see it now? Changing the
Yes.
slide? Okay, I apologize for that. My computer does not like to share with the big conference monitor. Okay, so back to the request. What I went ahead and did, and we also did this in the staff report, is we broke it down into what I'll call 2 different bites. So the first part of the request deals with memorializing the final judgment confirming arbitration order. So that's where you'll see even in condition 1, that is to address those items that were set forth in that order. And then the second part is to address the requests that have been filed by the contract purchaser. And the applicant has gone into detail on some of these, so where there's duplication, I will try not to go ahead and do that, but please feel free to let me know if you want us to elaborate on anything. But they are asking to add some additional uses, again, confirming the maximum number of dwelling units in the DRI, but also the RPD and CPD, and then establishing those development standards that essentially would be needed to go ahead and implement the judge's order, and also provide the interconnections to the properties that they also own for the project known as Bayview on Estero Bay. The majority of this analysis that I'm going to move forward with deals with the supplemental requests by London Bay Homes. It does not go into any type of data analysis to support the judge's final order. So just to make that clear for the board and those watching from afar. For the property description, the current future land use designation for the property is Lee County outlying suburban. It also has portions with wetlands. The current zoning does comprise of the Pelican Landing RPD and CPD, and also the Kersey Smoot RPD, and the current use is for the golf course of Raptor Bay. This is a pretty good exhibit just to kind of give you a visual perspective of where the properties lie and the zoning entitlements that govern them. So you'll see towards the front of your screen, or the top of the screen, the hatched markings indicate the Kersey Smoot RPD. So those are the portions that they're rezoning to take out of Kersey Smoot and put into the Pelican Landing RPD and CPD. And this is important when we get into the mangrove discussion too a little bit later. But that's where the acreage accounts come in from. We're dealing with 2 different plan developments, and where we're going to go ahead and take the Kersey Smoot RPD and put it into the Pelican Landing RPD and CPD for a total of 55 acres. The surrounding property classifications, again, we're doing this because we do have the requested additional uses that the applicant, the contract purchaser is requesting. So we do have the Raptor Bay Golf Course to the east of the property that is currently owned by the same property owner that is selling land to WCI. You do have the Raptor Bay Timeshare Resort property to the north. And then here to the west is lands in the Pelican Landing RPD, CPD, and most of this land is under a protected conservation easement, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as well later. And to the south you have the Bayview on Estero Bay project, which is also known as the Weeks Fish Camp or the Estero Bay Marina project. It has some entitlements right now with the city designation for marina redevelopment and some retail uses, but there is an active rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment application in for a continuing care facility or multifamily option and a public boat ramp marina as well. And then you have the Hyatt Coconut Point at the very edge of your screen down to the south. The proposed master concept plan, the applicant went into this in pretty good detail in terms of what they are adding, what the differences are. For the most part, the development footprint, if you will, is not changing from when we reviewed this under the Lee County remand case by WCI. The lakes are the same. This development envelope is the same. The changes, as they did state, were the interconnections to the Bayview project, which we do agree there are provisions in both the Lee County Code and even the City Code when you're a project over 10 acres that they do like multiple access points. And then we at the city have also approved additional regulations to promote interconnectivity. So that definitely is something that the city would support for interconnectivity. In terms of adding the uses, they went ahead and added that for finality, the maximum dwelling unit count. So things like that, even though they may not be necessary, they went ahead and added that to the MCP, and staff has no objections to that. What I will also inform the board of, and this is reflected in the conditions, is this 1994 zoning resolution. If you look at condition 1, what the county did at that time is they understood how vast this RPD and CPD was. So there's a final zoning plan approval requirement anytime that a property wants to come in for development. So this is done before they get to the local development order site permitting process. And the purpose of that is to look at in great detail those properties for consistency with the DRI, consistency with the RPD and CPD, and any deviations that were approved, because again, it was such a vast area. So for example, the Altera Tower that was just newly constructed within the past 5 years, that had to go through a final zoning plan approval so we could confirm that the density count was consistent with the DRI and the zoning. The setbacks were met. So there's that extra layer of review by the zoning department before it even gets to the local development order stage. The conditions of approval, which are outlined in the staff report starting on pages 5 all the way to page 9, go ahead and, again, compartmentalize the judge's order and then addresses the supplemental request by Linda Bay Homes. The big changes to the 1994 zoning resolution are contained in conditions 9 and 12. And as stated, some of them are necessary. For example, the land development area F1, we need to define perimeter setbacks because that was not necessarily outlined specifically in the original WCI request, but that is a requirement that we need to do. But it is consistent with what the county had previously approved in 1994 for development north of Coconut Road. Other items, sorry, I jumped around. The land development area F1 with the maximum dwelling units. We did work with the applicant's agent in terms of reviewing their unit count data. Files of data, spreadsheets, and we had started this before, even when WCI was doing the review. So this additional analysis that Waldrop did, we do agree with their findings in terms of the number of units that remain. With the assisted living, continuing care, and independent living units, the density equivalents, that language is very similar to ours as it is in the county's code. Density equivalents are what I will call, I don't say a use by right, but it's regulated in the land development code, those ratios and equivalents based on the setup of the use in itself. So assisted living facilities, if they have separate bedrooms and they have communal dining, it's a 4-to-1 ratio. The independent living units are 2-to-1. So that's in the land development code. That's not something that the staff has control over. That's already part of those regulations. So those are items that we just wanted to touch on. Mangrove trimming and fertilizer, as Mr. Rooney said, we're still going to work with the applicant on that. And I'll go into that a little bit more in detail as we go on. And with the transportation conditions, we have been working, not myself, but I know Derek's been working with the Village of Estero on changes to the Coconut Road condition. I believe that's going to be eliminated, and there's no objection from the village on doing that. I was doing that as a good faith effort with Estero to make sure that their visions were being adhered to. And hopefully if those visions are true to them, they can go ahead and adopt it as part of their regulatory procedures, and that can be addressed at time of local development order. And as Derek had stated, we are working on finalizing updated language to address the signal concerns. This is the aerial where I was mentioning there's a conservation easement that bounds the western edge of the property. It is an easement by the South Florida Water Management District. There is a provision in there on prohibition of mangrove trimmings. And I will show you that, or state that in the DRI, both the city DRI and the county DRI, there's condition E4 that also deals with the prohibition of mangrove trimming along Kersey Smoot. And the second that we go ahead and take this parcel out of Kersey Smoot and put it into Pelican Landing, RPD, CPD, I feel that we lose those protections. So that is why with Laura, we support some type of condition that addresses the mangrove trimming. And hopefully we as staff can work with WCI and London Bay Homes on those concerns so we can afford those same levels of protection. Surrounding property and compatibility, already went over this with the aerial in terms of what's surrounding the area. But again, the adjudication approved the 4 towers north of Coconut Road. So the area surrounding the property for the most part is owned by the current property owner, WCI, and the property to the south is owned by London Bay Homes. So we don't believe that any neighboring concerns will result as for them wanting to put assisted living or continuing care uses in those 4 towers that the court had approved. Again, with the environmental considerations, we as staff just want to make sure that those mangroves are protected. We understand we might be prohibited from requiring compliance with updated fertilization ordinances, and hopefully we can work to some type of resolution to see if some of our concerns can be addressed. In terms of bald eagle, there was previously a bald eagle in the vicinity near the eco park, but the nest has been declared abandoned and there's no nesting activity since the 2013-2014 nesting season. And if any gopher tortoises are found on the golf course property, those would also be removed in accordance with FWC approvals. Transportation, again, we already went over this a little bit, so I apologize for the duplication. But this was reviewed by the city transportation reviewer, the Village of Estero, and Lake County DOT. We are working on the traffic signal language. For stormwater, The stormwater narrative has not changed since the remand application was reviewed through our office. So I'm just kind of restating what that analysis was on how the water system will work. It will require modification, but ultimately treatment will be done into the lakes before they're discharged into the wetland fringe. And maintenance by a property owners association would be required. Consistency with the Lee plan. This will touch on some of the concerns that some of the board members have brought up about allowing these continuing care uses or assisted living uses in the coastal high hazard area. But overall, in terms of the use in itself, assisted living uses are considered residential in accordance with the Lee plan. So in terms of the use, it is a use that would be allowable under the Lee plan. In terms of coastal high hazard provisions, you'll see listed here the various goals within the Lee plan that address those in terms of those people with special needs, properties in coastal high hazard, how we evacuate and shelter. So in the staff report, you will see an analysis of what is required in terms of, Ms. Crespo touched on what the Agency for Healthcare Administration would require, which is that comprehensive evacuation or emergency management plan. Lee plan also requires coordination of an emergency preparedness plan by their office at time of development order. But that's what's required in the Lee plan in terms of making sure that those populations are properly addressed and that there's plans in should they need to evacuate. If they decide to do a multifamily development, they have the opportunity to also prepare an evacuation plan that would be required, or they can go ahead and design the facilities so people can shelter in place. I've also put in here a reference to Florida statute in terms of coastal high hazard, but that's typically triggered when it's a comprehensive plan amendment request, and this is not what is before you today.
Ms. Genson, with regard to the Lee Plan Development Code, if they were requesting simply residential units, would the density be the same as assisted living?
So assisted living, so it depends on, for their assisted living format, it depends how it's designed. So in the code, you'll see you get the 4-to-1 conversion if they're beds and then they have communal dining facilities. That's where the 4-to-1 kicks in. If they're separate and these
is it fair to say, or is it unfair to say, that by switching to from residential to assisted living, you get 4 times the number of units? That's not correct, is it? Or is it?
It's apples and oranges because the Land Development Code by right affords that equivalency. So in terms of comprehensive plan consistency analysis, it's not an increase.
So for argument's sake, let's just take any number. Let's take 100. So if you were entitled to 100 residential units under the Lee County LDC, would you be entitled to 400 units if you went under the same provisions but went for assisted living?
Yes.
Clarify that statement with your last one, Ms. Genson.
It wasn't a statement, it was a question.
No, Ms. Genson indicated that they're apples and oranges. We're talking beds versus units. So just let's make sure we're getting the terminology correct.
Okay, so now does beds mean beds or bedrooms?
Beds.
And so theoretically, one unit could have how many beds? There's no limitation on number of beds in our code.
Good.
Right, so in cases like that, we have asked for the bed count. So that would be shown on the local development or site plan for consistency with that code provision.
Anything further, Ms. Kenson?
No, sir. If the board has any questions, staff is here to assist.
Does Mary Gibbs from Estero wish to say anything?
Hello, this is Mary Gibbs from Estero, and I think Derek Rooney covered the condition that we talked about on the transportation.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Got a question. I'm a little bit in a quandary here as far as health facilities related and as far as residential. How does this, with either one, how does this measure up when it comes to evacuation and traffic concerns? There's an awful lot of, you've got Spring Creek, got all these developments in there. How in God's name are they going to evacuate all these people and get them out, especially if it's the health-related facilities? How are they going to get these people out? You got a bind now on Coconut Road, traffic-wise. How are you going to address that issue?
Mr. Chairman, is this a good time for the applicant to address that? Because
Sure.
Wait on Ms. Genson to answer it.
No, I think he would like to hear from the applicant.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. We are required under the statutes for assisted living facilities to have a management plan in place so that people, if it comes to evacuating people who are living in an assisted living facility to be evacuated, we have to have a comprehensive plan in place to evacuate them well in advance of the storm. It's a requirement of the statute. And we get that plan approved by the agency that regulates assisted living facilities, and they're licensed facilities. Just like continuing care facilities, which are a combination of independent and assisted, and can also include skilled nursing. There is a statutory framework that we have to provide a detailed management plan, and Alexis went over that in her presentation, that we are required to make sure that these residents are in fact moved and brought to a different location well in advance of the storm. Frankly, they are probably better protected than the typical resident in Bonita Springs, Estero, Carter County, and Lee County, because there's a plan, a required plan, evacuation plan to get them out of that facility. And we're happy to give you a sample plan that's multiple hundreds of pages thick that details, we have a location somewhere out of harm's way where we have an agreement. We usually have an arrangement with hotels to move people there well in advance. There are contractual arrangements. So there's a lot of thought process that goes into this process. So I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No, go ahead, finish.
So please rest assured that we're not putting anybody in harm's way. We're protecting them through this process, through this detailed plan.
Okay, let me take it one step further. You go on Coconut Road right now. There's a lot of traffic, an awful lot of traffic. Now, you're going to tell me that if you evacuate, you're going to have Coconut Road all to yourself. Nobody else is going to evacuate that time?
I'm going to tell you that we're going to evacuate earlier than any evacuation order is issued. And we're going to be long gone when the rest of the people in Bonita Springs decide to leave.
I hope you're right.
Does the city wish to say anything further?
I have a quick question for Jackie. Jackie, bringing up the question of these, I think there are 4 deviations that have been requested. I'm not sure I know what the city's position is on those deviation requests.
Chairman, I'm sorry, Member Donnelly, can you let me know, I know you're referring to deviations, but they're, as Ms. Crespo had stated, they're not asking for any new deviations. There might be modifications to condition 12, which implemented deviation 12. Is that what you're asking about?
Well, there's 3C, 3D, 4A, and 4B, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying changes to conditions. Is that what we're asking about?
No, what I'm trying to get at is what are we voting on here? And are these existing deviations that have already been approved and absorbed into the project, or are they new things that the applicant is asking for and we have to act on?
Okay, so if you look at your staff report on page 5, that's where the recommendation starts, and that's where we outline our conditions. So condition 1 is to memorialize the final judgment confirming a final arbitration. So we took it exactly out of the judge's order. And let me see if I can share my screen again successfully here. Oh. I did download the PowerPoint. Sorry, the file. Okay, well, if everyone could follow along with me with your packets. So on page 5 is condition 1, and that's the judge's final arbitration order. So those items A, B, C, and D, I just copied and pasted from the order and put it into this condition. Number 2, and I put this before we started the conditions, that the new text with single underline indicates changes that would be needed to implement the judge's order. The new text by London Bay Homes is indicated in double underline. So you'll see those changes to conditions that were a part of the 1994 resolution. So 2A refers to the master concept plan. 2B is we're modifying those conditions 9 and 12 of Lee County Resolution 9414. And so on page 6, you'll see the changes in strike through and underline. So on page 6, you'll see under number 9 that we're adding area F1. And then we have the language in there to confirm their request of the 503 dwelling units from the DRI.
Right.
On the next page, on page 7, you'll see the language in double underline for the assisted living facility request. And that's where they embedded the LDC language that's in the Land Development Code. I don't think it's necessary, but they're welcome to do that. So they went ahead and put in the equivalence. And again, it's limiting it to that area F1. And that second part of the language, the reason why we put that in here is that we wanted to let the public know and the board know is that subsequently in 1996, the Lee County Board of County Commissioners approved an amendment to this zoning document to allow assisted living uses, assisted living facility uses, and other portions of the plan development. Because remember, this plan development is large. It covers a vast amount of property. The other underline under there with the subset, again, is uses requested by the applicant. And these are ancillary uses that you would find in these continuing care facilities. So it's your normal day-to-day operations, such as, the banking or the beauty shops, medical uses, just to go ahead and assist that assisted living or continuing care facility. So it's not uses that are open to the public. It's strictly for that facility. The other change you'll see is the continuing care facility language. Again, they're memorializing the LDC equivalence of the 2-to-1, limiting it to area F1. The healthcare facility uses, those are uses that are would be allowable or expected to support an assisted living use or continuing care facility use. So those are the changes that they made to that condition 9. Next is condition 12 of the 94 resolution, which addressed deviation 12. And in those changes, you'll see area F1, and that's in single underline because remember, the judge approved that. And then underneath that, you'll see in double underline the perimeter setback language for this new RPD area F1. And in my opinion, we needed to address that anyway, so staff had no objection to that change, and it seems appropriate to be in that place. It's the same standard that applies to the Hyatt at Coconut Point. So that language is there. The next change is going to be on page 8, and that goes into 12D. So that references the towers for the 4 buildings with 20 habitable floors over 2 floors of parking, and F1, and other uses that would be appropriate. And just some history on that too. When this project was originally approved in 1994, this parcel was previously approved as a residential parcel. It was called RPD Area E, and other uses were allowable on that site. So single family, 2-family, at heights of 75 feet. So staff had no objection to that change. E establishes an open space requirement. Staff had no objection to that change because if the footprint's the same as a multifamily building, it would be an appropriate development standard. So those are the changes that would be reflected in that 1994 resolution for those specific conditions. The new conditions 3 are the environmental conditions. Again, we have it here that it's subject to change because we do understand some of these standards are a little bit complicated because of the DRI development orders and some of the vesting. But in conversations with our environmental specialists, some of those regulations we feel might be outdated, and we're hoping that the applicant or the contract purchaser would be willing to work with the city to address the concerns that we had as it relates to fertilizer and mangrove trimming. Condition 4 deals with the transportation impacts. So 4A is the condition that Derek was talking about at the beginning of the presentation, and Ms. Gibbs from Village of Estero acknowledged that they were supportive in working with the city and the applicant to address those concerns regarding the signal. And then 4B is the condition that we put in as a recommendation because we understood that Coconut Road was important to the Village of Estero, but from what I understand, that condition would be okay if it was removed. And then condition 5 and 6 are really your, what I would call your boilerplate conditions of approval. And that sums up the conditions. If you have additional questions, I can go ahead and elaborate.
So there are disagreements between the staff and the applicant on 3C, 3D, 4A, and 4B. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily disagreements because, and I might need the attorneys go ahead and supplement this discussion, is it makes it complicated, Chairman Kurlander, because the DRI has conditions that might supersede whether or not we can modify those. Because it affects a larger property boundary than just this parcel.
I think it's fair to well, in the transportation, I think we've worked out those differences on the fertilizer and the
Mangrove.
Mangrove. Really, what we're trying to determine is what is the appropriate standards given the multiple overlapping jurisdictions and issues? And though it may not be that the city can mandate it through the zoning process, it may be appropriate for us to come up with a condition that addresses that mutually, so that, for instance, if 5 years down the road, there is a question about which fertilizer provisions are in place, it may be both to the city and London Bay's benefit to have a unified agreement as to what that is. And obviously, it's difficult for the city to adhere and review standards that they're not used to, such as Lee counties or something that's in the DRI itself, where it's much easier from a management standpoint to look at the existing Bonita regulations. And it may be ultimately easier for the applicant to handle that as well. However, at the speed at which we got the conditions put together, there hasn't been an opportunity for us to come to an agreement on those.
How do we vote then, Derek? You're saying we're not ready to vote on those because you haven't reached agreement.
Well, I'm not suggesting that they're appropriate for the zoning, at the zoning level. Ultimately, they are something that does need to be addressed. They may be addressed at the development stage. One of the issues, though, however, that Ms. Ginson raised is there are particular provisions with respect to mangroves and Kersey Smoot that it is unclear what happens as a result of this change. And that's probably the one environmental condition that needs to be worked out. And I don't know if the applicant or the property owner, WCI, have any thoughts on that at this time.
What is the applicant's view?
If I may,
Please.
if you look at paragraph 3C under fertilizer ordinance, it says the city's fertilizer ordinance will supersede any conflicting conditions within the previously approved plan development and DRI approvals. I don't know what that means. Does that mean the entire Pelican Landing DRI and CPD is now subject to the new city's fertilizer ordinance? It is totally expansive, well beyond the boundaries of this property. And if you read staff's backup, the sole reason this is included is because staff is attempting to impose a stricter standard than the DRI applies to the property today. Staff knows the fertilizer ordinance does not apply to this piece of property. They're trying to impose a stricter standard. We're clear that it doesn't apply, but staff in their backup has been forthright. They're trying to get the stricter standard. And it's not limited to just the F1 parcel when you read this. So it could be it's the unknown or the unintentional consequences of now imposing this based upon that language, and how far does it go? And so we are simply not going to agree to that. And I'm sure that Neil Montgomery, WCI's counsel, is going to say, we can't agree to this because this now may mean the entire PD is subject to a new fertilizer ordinance. And that could be on properties that other people own, not just what WCI owns.
Rich, I would love to go on about this for another half hour, but the thing is, for these two issues, we had just looked for voluntary compliance. If that's not something that you're willing to provide, then we can just drop those conditions and we can move on.
And we have never once said we won't voluntarily comply. What we said is we don't want you to mandate. And our understanding was that if we didn't want it in the PD and it was left to the discretion of the developer to comply, that was fine with us.
Mr. Chairman, take these conditions out so we can move along?
Hang on a second. No, I don't agree to that. Mr. Theriak, do you want to comment on this at all, or?
I agree that the city does not have the unilateral right to impose its fertilizer ordinance. And to the extent that there's a concern that the language as proposed captures more property than just F1, then we should tweak the language so that it clarifies that it only applies to F1, so you don't have an unintended consequence.
That's fairly easy to do, isn't it, sir?
I think so.
Tweak the language?
I think so.
I'm asking the counsel for the applicant. here.
The answer is, I don't own the property. I'm a contract purchaser. And to the extent that what I heard Mr. Dolmer say was, we would like the developer to voluntarily agree to do this when they come in with a DO. And we would like it to leave it to the DO stage. And from what I understand is staff says that this revision's not necessary and they want to drop conditions C and D. And that's fine with us. I'm just the contract purchaser. I don't own the property. So I can't agree to conditions that would be imposed upon the current property owner because I'm not authorized to do that. And to further, we do agree, Mr. Rooney, the language you did email us regarding 4A and the traffic signal is acceptable. So I think we're in agreement with that. That agrees to drop 3C and D and 4D. So I think we've reached agreement with staff.
3C. What about the mangrove trimming? That's certainly
Again, it cannot be imposed by staff. It sounds like the conservation easement already addresses this issue. So there's really no reason for this language to be added to the PD. And at this point, I think Mr. Dolmer agrees that D can be deleted as well.
Mr. Dolmer.
That's not what I said, but what I had said was we had a conversation not long ago with one of the applicant's representatives and asked if they would be interested in voluntarily complying with these current standards. And at that time, the staff report had to be finished and finalized. The conditions were placed in there simply for discussion purposes at this point. And so that we could figure out or have time to, one, give the applicant time to consider the request. And two, then if we're amenable, to have them included in the staff report. If this is a situation where the applicant has no desire to do that, that's a different discussion. However, what we were concerned with is there was a reason why both of those ordinances have been updated. They provide more specific protections and they provide more detailed information than the previous ordinances did. We feel that they're clearer than those older ordinances. And that was the point of providing those protections here. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm simply stating that I don't, when it comes right down to it, look at this as having that much of a direct impact on the applicant as I do providing more clarity from those previous ordinances, which is why they were proposed. But that's where I stand on this. I was not suggesting that they have to go out or they have to stay. I think it better serves the applicant if they're in there. And in terms of agreeing to the condition as a contract purchaser, I've never heard that argument before, so I'm not really sure how to address that.
The attorney for WCI, in fact, sent an email to the city saying they do not agree to conditions 3C, 3D, and 4B, and will agree to modified conditions 4A. So that's kind of where I am, Mr. Dolmer. I can only respond to what's of the record, and this has not been an easy project for a lot of people, but we're kind of at the goal line. I'd like to get it done.
Anything further from the city? Hearing nothing. Is there any rebuttal from the, or do you want to save your rebuttal for after public comment?
I'll wait till after the public if that's acceptable.
That's certainly acceptable. So we'll call on the public now to speak. Is there any public comment?
Yes, Ann Kramer, may I speak now?
Please identify yourself and your address.
Certainly. I'm Ann Kramer, and I live at 3521 Tasselflower Court in Bonita Springs. And thank you for allowing me to comment.
Our pleasure.
Obviously, we're all aware of the City Council reaching the agreement with WCI regarding the Raptor Bay property and the 2014 annexation agreement. That judgment ordered the city to grant the developer's pending application to build 4 towers, as well as some other allowances. But this request that's before you here today not only identifies the mandated 4 towers, but it also modifies that by adding the phrase, and additional buildings with a height less than 75 feet are also permitted. So I'd first like to address that. And while buildings of less than 75 feet are in Lee County's code allowable, if not for that annexation agreement, it's my understanding that those 4 towers with the 400 units already exceeded what the density calculation would have allowed. Of course, if the developer decides to go with the alternative of just doing residential, not only will they get those 400 units, but they could put them in 4 towers, and they could also put them in some additional buildings. But the proposal before you today also asks the city council to add, or the zoning board and the city to add to the list of RPD permitted uses, the continuing care, the assisted living, independent living, and healthcare facilities. So not only are these permitted uses not mandated by that final judgment, if approved, they will place a vulnerable population in this coastal management area, also known as a coastal high hazard area. So effectively, the application dramatically increases the density because of the multiplication factor used for the number of units for those uses. And rather than look at the assisted living facility, let's just take into account, for instance, the 2 independent living units equal 1 residential dwelling unit. So condition 9 in this paperwork effectively says that the developer requests 503 units, and the city staff confirms that. But if you simply use that 2-to-1 factor for the independent living units, the developer effectively has double the density in this coastal high hazard area. So 503 units would be the equivalent of 1,006 by my calculation. So it's also unclear to me which FEMA maps the city is using these days, but really regardless of what map it is, if it's not the most recent one, the city, if this would be approved, would still be allowing this developer to house a vulnerable population directly in harm's way in this coastal management area. And that's why the state, as well as the city's comprehensive plan and other documents, don't allow increased density in these areas. With regard to the health and welfare of residents, even if the buildings were hardened to withstand hurricanes, it's difficult to imagine how not evacuating and sheltering in place would be any real option, as many of these residents in the buildings are in very fragile health, and these are the ones who would be in the assisted living part, and they require high levels of care. And no amount of planning seems sufficient to provide vulnerable residents acceptable evacuation methods, and putting a bunch of people in the bus who are typically oftentimes bedridden just doesn't seem to quite meet the standards. So my final comments concerning the applicants asking the city to make dramatic changes to the schedule of uses, as well as adding an unidentified or undefined number of additional buildings allowable. I hope the zoning board does not feel pressured to allow such changes because of the court mandate. These requests go far beyond what that judgment mandated. But the fact that London Bay is attempting to build a continuing care development that would house a vulnerable population in this location is, in my opinion, preposterous. And to minimize the physical disabilities and frailties of the people in some of these units would be unconscionable. These additional changes simply should not be agreed to without thorough consideration of the consequences. In this case, the proposed development is located in a hazardous coastal area with an at-risk population, and I implore each of you to vote to disallow this preposterous proposal. Thank you very much for considering my comments on this important matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Are there any other public comments?
Good afternoon. This is Amy Tebow with Pavis Law Firm. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon. I'm stepping in for Neil Montgomery, who was pulled away temporarily. As you have heard, our firm represents WCI, the current property owner, and we would just like to address a couple of issues that have come up during this hearing today, and most recently in the previous public comment. First, we acknowledge that, this property is within the coastal high hazard zone, but of course, when we go to meet FEMA requirements, we're required to elevate out of that coastal high hazard zone. So that's kind of those concerns at this point are mitigated by that requirement. Additionally, with regard to density, it's important to note, as I think has been stated previously, that beds and dwelling units are not apples to apples. We don't regulate how many beds you can put in your condominium. So you can have 2, 3, 4 beds in a condominium. So the 2-to-1 ratio here makes sense and is appropriate. And finally, with regard to the evacuation methods, as Mr. Yovanovich mentioned earlier, there's extensive planning that goes into the evacuation plans that are required for all ALF facilities under state law, and all of those requirements would be met. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other comments from the public? So at this time, we will allow rebuttal from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I rarely respond directly to public comment, but I have to respond to comments that we are somehow placing a vulnerable population in harm's way. That comment is incorrect and frankly not supported by the evidence that's in the record today and in other hearings in front of different bodies for the city of Bonita Springs. What we're talking about are projects like Moorings Park in Naples and other projects that you're familiar with, probably in the city or close to the city. We're talking about independent living facilities where you have active adults that are very capable of moving around and taking care of themselves. They choose to live in a community that is active, that has amenities to serve them, like multiple restaurants to go and eat dinner with their friends, like a wellness center, a fitness center, swimming areas, and other active areas for them to be together. These are healthy individuals that frankly are capable of taking care of themselves. They choose to live in a community with other people their age with these amenities. And as we have testified to, there is a statutory requirement to make sure that the people who live in these communities are in fact evacuated if an evacuation is necessary. We are not putting a vulnerable population in harm's way. And those statements were inaccurate, and to coin a phrase, unconscionable. So let's make that clear, that the continuing care facility is not a vulnerable population facility. What we're asking for the CCFUs, Mr. Rooney and staff has already mentioned, is allowed under the code today in Lee County. We're just simply asking to make sure it's clear and no ambiguity, and let the whole world know what the potential uses on this property are. We are just simply clarifying and making sure there's no ambiguity. And frankly, your staff is not objecting to that clarification being in the PD document. We started this conversation at the beginning with what is the property owner entitled to with regard to density? Because Mr. Theriak said he believes 400 was the base and anything above that was subject to this review. And we've gone through and provided the data and analysis for this additional 103 units. And what does that data and analysis show? It shows that these 103 units are compatible with what's around us. You've heard that testimony from Alexis and from Ms. Denson. What does this testimony show? That the traffic is not an issue for these 103 units. Where do you find that? You find that in Mr. Trish's report, as well as the review by the city's own traffic consultant. We have met our burden. We have addressed the one outstanding condition that seems to be an issue with the village of Estero. Who's going to pay for the traffic signal at Pelican Colony? We've reached that agreement. You have my client or WCI, if we don't buy the property, together with the Coconut Point developer agreeing to fund that traffic signal. The issue is off the table. We have met our burden, and we are entitled to what we're required. I didn't tell you that. The city attorneys have told you that if we meet the criteria for review, we're entitled to approval. And we have met those criteria. And therefore, under the law, we are entitled to an approval. And we are requesting that the zoning board forward this petition to the city council with the recommendation of approval. We will address the fertilizer and mangrove conditions with Mr. Dahmer and his staff at the appropriate development order stage. And with that, we request this board's recommendation of approval, and we're available to answer any additional questions you may have.
Mr. Ivanovich, aren't you asking for 3 levels of care here?
A continuing care facility allows for independent.
Yes.
It allows for assisted, and it allows for skilled nursing. You don't have to, we're not saying, we're also asking for independent.
You just accused the prior speaker of being outrageous in her comments. When you addressed those comments, you spoke only of independent living, but there's 3 levels of living here. Are you willing to settle? Excuse me. Are you willing to settle for only independent living?
What I'm trying to say is the assisted living facility units, when you go to a continuing care facility, such as Moorings Park, that's a very small number of people of that population. And what I'm telling you is we have an evacuation plan for those people. And we have an evacuation plan to make sure that they are safe and they are out. I will bet you there are people who are living in Pelican Landing as well as the city of Bonita Springs that are in far worse conditions than you will find living in these CCFs and in need of evacuation. The people who live in this CCF, including skilled nursing or assisted living or independent, will be safely cared for, and they will be safely evacuated because state law requires that. So if I didn't address that clearly enough in my comments, we had started with Alexis talking about these management plans, and we're ending with that we are mandated to make sure the very few people who may be vulnerable are in fact taken care of. But the overwhelming majority of people in the CCF are not vulnerable residents.
Do you have any further rebuttal?
No, that's it.
Is there a sir rebuttal from the city?
We have no additional comments. Okay, I'm sorry.
Would any of the council like to add anything?
Yeah, I would like to add something, Mr. Chairman.
No, before we get there, Mr. I'm just asking for the lawyers at this point. Is that all right, Mr. Inserpi?
Yeah.
Just hold off for a second. I'll come right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out too that when the DRI went through the review originally, hurricane evacuation and sheltering were analyzed, and we're not increasing the number of units over those that were analyzed and mitigated. So I think that's relevant.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Mr. Theriak, you wish to say anything?
Yes, sir. While hurricane evacuation was analyzed as part of the DRI, it was not analyzed for units north of Coconut Road. There were not 4 20-story high-rises proposed at this location. So the contention that somehow the hurricane evacuation needs of 4 high-rises north of Coconut Road was part of the DRI analysis is simply not accurate.
Mr. Rooney, would you like to add anything?
No, I'd just like to remind the board that this is a quasi-judicial and not a legislative decision, and therefore your decision is you are required to meet the findings that have been addressed by Ms. Genson in her staff report, that you are to do that based on evidence presented at the hearing, that if the applicant and the staff have provided through competent substantial evidence that all the standards have been met, then the burden of proof has been met. And in order to recommend a denial, you would need to identify evidence on the record that it also meets that competent substantial test to determine that those standards have not been met, and that the denial is not a arbitrary, discriminatory, unreasonable basis. So that's it. Just a reminder.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to say anything else before we get to some board deliberations here? Okay, you wanted to say something, Mr. Inserpi?
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of problems with the way they explain it, the traffic concerns and the safety concerns. As far as I'm concerned, I don't feel comfortable with what they said and what they offered. It just doesn't make any sense with the 3 assisted living and continued care facility. It just doesn't make any sense what they're saying to me. And to be perfectly honest with you, I can't see my way clear with this.
Thank you. Anybody else like to say anything before? Because I'm going to see if I can divide this up when we vote into some logical way here. Did you want to say something, Mr. Donnelly?
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah,
Roger, you wanted to say, Mr. Brunswick.
I wanted to say something. That the traffic concerns are a major concern to me too. And I don't know, the developer has a lot at stake here, WCI and London Bay Homes. But once the buildings are up, the blood is on the hands of myself and my fellow residents of Bonita. The state of Florida, should something bad happen and that they can't get out of that area in the wake of a catastrophe such as a hurricane, that I'm having a problem with. They're leaving that on the hands of the people in the state to take care of the people that live there. And I have a problem with that.
Good point, Roger.
Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the city again on this issue of the safety of the continuing care facilities, the assisted living facilities, the independent living facilities, and the issues that raised about safety, evacuation. Does it make sense to have that kind of use in that kind of a zone?
Sure. Jacqueline Ginson for the record. So I'm going to refer you back to the staff report. because those are the provisions where we address this issue because we understood that this concern could. So if you look at page 20 of the PDF, that's attachment A, where we have the comprehensive plan analysis. And in that section,
Is that an exhibit? Wait, what page number would that be in the packet?
Page 20.
Page 20.
Okay. So I call it PDF page 20. And the document you're looking at is the staff analysis, attachment A. And it's the comprehensive plan analysis.
Oh, so that's not page 20 of your...
Yes, so I apologize. So it's so at the very bottom in the center of the page, you'll see there's page numbers. And so page 20 is where you'll see there's a conservation and coastal management element heading.
Yes.
Okay. So those goals, you have goal 102, 105, 109, and 110. Those are the areas that would be most appropriate for you to look at in terms of what the county requires for for example, goal 102 is people with special needs. So that deals with the county's elderly population. And it sets forth the standards of what's required for those types of facilities. So in this case, the policy that implements goal 102 is that they must prepare an emergency preparedness plan acceptable to the Lee County Division of Public Safety prior to receiving final development order approval. So just like in the city, certain development, certain types or certain sizes require an emergency preparedness plan that is reviewed by staff. And so in this case, it would be reviewed by our department, but also Lee County Emergency Operations. So we deal with, the director is Lee Mayfield. We deal with him on other projects within the city where they also have to get emergency preparedness plans. So those documents, and they're pretty substantial documents that first come through with us, but then once a project's approved, they're responsible for updating those with the latest hurricane guides and various items such as that. So, but also in this analysis, what I explained that the Florida statute, and even there's other administrative codes or regulations that require certain licensed facilities to go ahead and have approved a comprehensive emergency management plan by the Agency for Healthcare Administration. And Ms. Crespo kind of touched on that of, how thick those items are. I have not personally seen one, but I do understand one was required when the Bonita Retirement Village here up on US 41, just near North Bay Village, when that was built, and they had to provide one. So we do understand that those documents are required for certain state facilities. So in terms of that, Mr. Donnelly, that's required by the Lee Plan as well, something very similar. Goal 105 deals with property and protection in the coastal high hazard area. So with that deals with the zoning requests in coastal high hazard areas and density ranges. So again, what makes this kind of unique is the staff, we were just looking at the uses in themselves, not necessarily, and you got to remember the judge mandated that WCI zoning is approved. So for us, it's recognizing that the DRI was previously approved for a maximum number of units, but also the Pelican Landing RPD and CPD also has a condition regarding maximum amount of dwelling units in the outlying suburban category. And the applicant has demonstrated that they're under both of those totals. So in that standpoint, that's how that policy was analyzed. Goal 109 deals with evacuation and sheltering. So I've listed all the different policies that may be appropriate for analysis under the Lee Plan for this request. But again, in this case, it deals with a comprehensive plan amendment request, and that's not what's occurring at this time. Remember, they were remanded under review of the Lee Plan. So that's why we worded our response that way. However, the code does allow for them to, again, they may evacuate or they can go ahead and shelter in place. But all these plans would be reviewed by both the city and Lee County Emergency Management. And again, I had the language in here about certain facilities being required for registration and approval by ACA. So those are the sections that we went ahead and analyzed. In terms of the Lee County Land Development Code, they also have what's called, it's their Chapter 2, and that's where their hurricane regulations in terms of the Land Development Code are nested. And so facilities such as these have to go ahead and provide the proper evacuation and shelter mitigation for these types of facilities. So those are code required regulations that they have to go ahead and demonstrate at time of local development order.
And may I just jump in real quick to clarify, local development order is not this rezoning hearing.
Yeah, we know that.
Again, repeat that.
Local development order does not mean this rezoning hearing. So to the degree that a lot of these code provisions and plan provisions are implicated, they're not implicated as far as the applicant having to meet those standards at this time.
Is there anything further? Okay, so we will prepare to vote now. So it's the ruling of the chair that we will divide the vote into two portions. The first will be to approve or disapprove the court ruling based upon the arbitrator's ruling and the annexation agreement that allows for the construction of 4 20-story above 2 parking level buildings on the 55-acre parcel. So
Chair, point of order. That's a motion, correct?
No, I'm gonna. We will make a motion. Somebody will make a motion, but I'm going to divide it up into 2 areas, Mr. Rooney. The first is we'll deal with the court decision, and the second will deal with the number of units, the assisted living, and the other requests that were not contained in the judge's ruling. So is there a motion to approve or disapprove the 4 high-rise 20-story buildings above 2 parking on the 55-acre parcel?
I'll make a motion to approve the 4 towers application as outlined in the court decision.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there discussion?
Did I understand at the beginning of our meeting today that we had to approve this court ruling?
I believe we do.
Then what choice do we have?
Not much.
Yeah.
Well,
But there's other things we're going to consider where I think we do have a choice, and
why don't you just call for a vote?
I am. But bear with me. I'm a little slow, Roger. I'm trying to get.
I'm a guy that's slow right now.
I'm trying to do this, and with some order here. So, is there any further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Robert and Serpy,
No.
Richard Donnelly,
Yes.
Roger Brunswick,
I don't have any choice. Yes, I guess.
Chairman Kurlander,
Yes.
Russ Wynn.
Yes.
So the vote is 4-1. The next,
4-1.
what?
4-1, yes.
4-1, thank you. Okay, so the next items we have to consider are the, as to whether or not you will approve. The question, as I see it, is you're going to vote to approve or disapprove either 400 units or 503 units. It seems to me those are the two relevant numbers, but I suppose you can do whatever you want there. But that's what the proof has been in the hearing. And second, subject to the conditions, the assisted, the continuing care facility with the 3 levels of care. And in that regard, we will take out, if I understood John Dolmer correctly, the city is willing to remove conditions 3C and 3D.
That's fine.
And what about 4A and 4B? What's the city's position on those?
So Jackie Genson, Derek's been working with the applicant, the contract purchaser, and the Village of Estero on a condition that I believe is acceptable to all parties. And we are striking 4B.
You're striking 4B. So we're going to vote on 4A as amended by your agreement.
Correct. In substance, it does not change much.
Okay. So let's take the question of the number of units first. Is there a motion to approve or disapprove 503 units?
Make a motion to approve 503 units for the total project.
Is there a second?
A second.
Discussion. Clerk will call the roll. Clerk, are you here?
Richard Donnelly,
Yes.
Robert Inserpi,
No.
Roger Brunswick,
Yes.
Chairman Kurlander,
No.
Russ Wynn.
Yes.
The 503 units is approved. The vote is 3-2. On the question of assisted living with the conditions as we have discussed, is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the issue of continuing care units on the project.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Russ Wynn,
Yes.
Chairman Kurlander,
No.
Roger Brunswick,
Yes.
Richard Donnelly,
Yes.
and Robert Inserpi.
No.
The motion is granted. Are there any other matters that have to be taken up here, Counselor? Mr. Rooney?
No.
The applicant, is there anything else that you wish to be considered?
If I may confer with council, should we have a separate motion too on the development regulations for deviation 12?
I believe that all the conditions and deviations were addressed in the second motion.
Right. That was the
Okay.
intent.
All right, thank you
So
for the clarification.
there were 3 votes, 1 on the underlying order, 2 on the deviations and conditions, including the unit count, and 3 on the master concept plan, which added ACLF and other uses.
Is there anything further to come before the zoning board?
We do need to discuss the next zoning board hearing, please.
Yes, that's, but,
Let's do it right now at the end of this meeting.
right, we have to do it right now. So how, the next meeting is when?
So typically, we would do it on September 15th. And if the virtual format still works for everybody, we would coordinate with the city attorney's office to extend those resolutions. But it would be September 15th. It's a Tuesday. And right now, we have confirmed possibly 1. So you have 3 cases.
Okay.
We have one case.
You have 2 for sure, and then 1 potential. So it's Hardcat, IPD, potentially Bonita Village, and the other one's escaping me. Let me quickly check. Sorry, just one more second.
Mr. Chairman, are you looking for whether or not we're available on the 15th?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I'm available
Robert?
by then.
No, I'm not available, Mr. Chairman.
Richard?
Yeah, I think so.
Russ?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so assuming that Barbara is, we will have a quorum. I think that there's something on the calendar that they're going to add another zoning board member. We're 1 shy, and so maybe we'll have another, I'm not sure about that. Maybe Mr. Rooney knows, but.
There'll be another one appointed tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there, just curious, are there lots of applicants?
I believe there
Chairman,
were 3.
Okay.
Actually, there's 2.
Stand corrected.
How many are there?
There are 2.
Oh, okay.
There are 2,
Yes.
Bonita Village and 1 other.
No, two applicants for the board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
and Chairman Kurlander, the other case that is tentatively scheduled is the Bayview on Estero Bay zoning case to implement that project.
Is that commonly known as Weeks Fish Camp?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to put 3 cases on that day?
That is the direction right now.
What's the board's feeling about that? You want to handle 2 or 3?
Well, can we talk about what do they involve? They involve an all-day discussion, or are they?
So the Hardcat IPD is a, and again, I don't want to talk too much because
right,
advertised hearing, but it's a property that is in the industrial park off of kind of near the dog track next to Mediterra. So we do understand there is definitely some public participation that will result with that case. And then Bonita Village, MPD, it's an amendment to their current zoning we had some conditions back in 2016 where it dictated setbacks for height, and they're requesting modification to that. So that would be on the schedule. And then obviously Bayview, RPD and CPD. When we did the LPA hearing for the comp plan amendment, we had a lot of email in terms of public participation. I would say we had about 10 to 12 participants. But we were done in 3 hours. So.
Please, I don't have a problem.
Okay. Anybody else? Is there anything else anybody wants to say, or any parting words, Mr. Rooney, for us, or?
No, nothing.
Mr. Theriak?
Enjoy your dinners, your lunch, your meal.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. Well, goodbye, everybody. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you. Take
Roger,
care.
get well soon.
Yeah, Roger.
See ya. See ya. I'll be on. I better.
Take care, Roger.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Goodbye.